My brother's going through their human revolution. It's exhausting. No one else, but it's not a big deal. I just feel bad. Aw, thanks. So there's plenty. Oh, geez. This really is. Well, don't spread. Hey, it's been really nice talking. You want to come with me? I have some friends who might be over there. Great, let's go.
A shade dating simulator, not so. Hello.
Didn't I say to beat it?
Didn't he say to beat it though? Notification. I'm doing it right now!
We're guests of Caitlin.
Hi, Carmen. I was literally typing.
Hey, you have an incoming.
Well, hope you come by.
Hi, I'm trying to save a plant.
However, we can take.
I've been at this for a hot minute.
And you're back.
Yes, hello. I'm also
As
eating.
soon as I first.
We're getting ready for like
So,
sad
of course,
things that we're
I
gonna
just-
skip right over.
You aren't so good at the long. You mean you don't stick? Let's just get one thing. So if you
Get
want
one
my
thing.
help, if you got a problem with
Hi,
that,
Mikey.
what I don't need is you kissing. I need you to break up those. I'd like this handled.
I
your
made
way.
it?
That means it's making my.
Welcome.
life. I'm just great. So you gonna?
I'm eating curry.
What do you freaking do? Well, fine. Have it your. You want to know what my deal?
No.
Skin cancer.
That's good.
Stage 3.
Huh.
So I had to do something drastic. You ever seen someone with a? You can't imagine what. I had police following.
Cursed, badgeless
Eventually,
Mikey.
It changed my life. Better in Otaku's My mom still can't look. You know how your folks look at. Oh, now you're sorry. The amount of G. So
What are we
yeah,
playing? I'm saving
first
the
I'm too
plant.
ugly to look. Saving my own life. The Human Protection Act. Only genotypical. In any case, I had some clue. Except keeping that shit up. So I took those bastards.
I think you
So
sub
there
ran
you
out
go.
just now.
I got cancer, and everyone else gets.
I think that's what that was.
Now, don't tell me you would have. I need honesty. Break up those protests.
Sword Brush was gone. I saw it for one message.
All right, it sounds like. Let's go to Market Street.
Mike, you've been demoted. Talk to plant.
With more.
This is what my life is like.
Every bit will.
Mikey, what did you do? Why is everyone badgeless? Everyone's like naked.
With more. Every bit will help. I think Wilty will.
That one message, Conrad, you didn't have anything.
With more.
This is.
Every bit will. I think Wilty will. With more. Every bit will. I think Wilty will. Well, there are the.
I don't think the plant's gonna live.
The
And if the plant doesn't live, I'm going to scream.
Revolution, the more I research the.
Bah.
Still, I doubt. Fairlight said.
You can't see the stream?
He's a bit player on the. Perhaps we could use.
Eh.
Hello there! I have pamphlets. Oh, yeah. He didn't elaborate. But if... How can I...
Man, I love this. I love this.
Found Human.
All
I was hoping you.
for one plant.
Well, we're a peaceful...
Because Turing called me a bad person if the plant dies.
Off the record, I'll look into this matter. I'll also let Yannick... Is there something else? What questions can I ask? We hope to educate the... We used to say, but now we're changing. The revolution we're after. This world is it just because we can. Genetic modification.
I'll ask that and then we'll try to
Plain
leave.
God, Cybernetics is a.
Please let me
There is a
leave.
reason Congress. Now, I do not fault the.
I
if you
also
ask
love
me.
this kid.
However,
I don't want him to call me mean.
of course,
Well, that was still. It was vanishing. I think he was. Oh, well, You have more experience. Okay. A useful skill. Lead on. And don't forget, make sure to look around. With more. Every bit will. I think Wilting will.
Just leave to go talk to my plant.
Every bit will. I think Wilting will.
And the stay up stays until I'm done.
With more.
Okay. Hello.
Aw. What kind of mop? It's so. Oh, wow.
Moe.
Must have taken 8. I'm impressed. Anyway, a drink I can do.
A drink.
Protest. Filling up my back. So. Oh,
Please.
I guess there isn't much. I went to college. Now I spend my day. My priorities are just. What else? Look, they've got. Once they're done with the. So I'll be voting And if I have to. Oh, you can't tell? If it was up to those dinosaurs, it's already illegal for me. It does a good job, huh? Well, technically, we spent some mints on it. You should check it out. It can cover the whole. Sorry, but that I would need to
Clicking
see some.
rapidly.
You know. Otherwise,
Hey Mikey, I tried that game you mentioned.
sorry. I just.
You didn't tell me that had an ultimate, which was just you have a gun.
Yeah.
Favorite character design. Hello, Joe.
I've been to Tokyo. The old otaku. Oh, sorry. In the early 21st, suddenly people weren't. But as the technology got, computers are good at
Please.
thinking it. The best virtual.
Please.
Now,
Please.
but enough.
Please.
If you're interested.
I'm not interested.
Okay. Why are you giving me?
So that you can make me
Yes.
continue this
He's getting on in you. That's why we wanted to.
just gun with power.
I guess you can take it. Don't bust it though.
I wanted to try it
I
solo,
scanned this card.
like in the PvE mode,
RFID.
and it just
Thank you.
thrust me into a game. I was like,
Shall
nope.
we go check it out?
My antisocial ass just immediately left.
This ROM has. Maybe we could make it. Should I?
So I played the tutorial in a shooting range.
it's snowing. Okay, people.
There were the
Excellent
raids?
work. While I still have doubts.
Did you shoot your gun
and to
today?
be frank,
No. Hi, Eagle.
might I draw your attention?
We got some ruffians.
Those could be our.
It's Star and Starfucker.
right. We should.
That's right, I'm reusing
They
the
may
joke.
Even point. Oh no! They've noticed our attention.
That's not a euphemism. So,
Never catch
so?
them all. Hold on. I know it seems The wicked fleet. The autocab is. We'll
What's up, Joe?
never be. Perhaps we should.
This is what the game is, you just keep looping.
Excellent. Hold on while I connect up.
Howdy, folks. How's the search
I'm trying to
going?
catch us up to where we were last time, Joe.
We may have located. We attempted to use. Can you hack the cab?
Because we already did this, but I'm attempting to, like, go back enough to talk to the plant enough that it doesn't die.
Oh, I have an idea.
And popcorn. Nice.
All right. Well,
She's
Did a
it.
job the back door I drilled in. Wait. Oh shit. It may not have fixed that. Oh,
I may not have fixed it.
Virtual intelligence. But they're nasty enough that I gotta take care of this feat. Hold tight. Just push on the map and load it.
Yes, I know how to play. Please.
Ooh, there.
Here's how it works.
Yeah, I'm training
You
for
can
the world
trigger
record.
traffic
Yeah.
nodes. You just gotta make sure to. You can trigger any node. I'd say you'll have time. Block every road that. Just hurry.
I'll tap into the cab. Our top priority is. I'll mark the southern. We only have time.
Gotta
We shouldn't
grieve
walk
again.
around.
Yes, that's right. One more time.
Be careful. What do you think?
Turn. I can't have you talk.
It's up to you now. Don't let those punches.
Yes, I got it.
Access.
Yes.
Got it?
I guess. Please. Okay, now I got the tempo. By the way, grieve is with a V. You spelled grief as in like you can have grief, but what? Yeah, what? What? What the fuck's going on? What? Oh, that's what's going on. I have the spare. Okay. Jay griefs for plant, not even Hayden. Yeah, you just spelled like Minecraft griefing. I'm gonna grief your plant, dude.
Ha, we've got them now. I'm gonna go stop them.
What the hell do you want? Who do you think you're You ain't got nothing on us.
Hey, what? We haven't observed them do it. Or, these two. Those are the options I deduce. It's up to you.
Let them know what they know.
We just have a few.
Did you not hear what I...
Maybe we should just answer. I mean, we.
Right!
Yeah, we got the bag. Who's in the bag?
You a cop? Cause if you ain't, we...
I am a cop.
We're.
I have a badge number.
newbies.
It's not
These
mine.
are the tool...
These are all. We just got done making a.
That's right! Running? Who's...
Please. Right.
Enough! I've matched the hue. Now tell us what you.
Now you're accusing us of stealing...
You ever have punk phase?
Damn it, Oliver!
No.
I only went
Starfucker, dude.
I don't even care about this. Just because you're.
Don't talk about my dad.
Yeah, Dad.
Fine.
The reuse of content that I live for. I'm trying!
We heard a rumor. We don't need it.
I don't realize playing a game you own more than once.
Shit, we ain't got...
Hey, you can suggest a game I have played and
Be
owned
quiet. Here.
with the suggestion in the Discord. You can do that.
Okay, well,
You're good, kids.
Yeah, whatever. Just get out of my way.
Okay, Starfucker.
We hope you find that Hayden guy.
I have. Yeah, thank you.
All
Do it
right.
again.
Let's...
Great. Can we get.
Sure.
It was just Noida? I don't think so. Let me double check. And also skip this noise. Sorry, that was the worst time to alt tab.
right.
Yes, someone has suggested Noida with
I'm certain.
a obfuscated
Incoming call
name.
from Tom.
Who knows who they could have
Hey,
been?
folks. Just called and told me she'll get you inside and I'll... Did you get the data cache?
Yes.
This is how much I care for Bobblehead. Yeah.
Great. Go to Stardust and drop it off.
He showers
I'll
be
manage to trigger
AFK.
it. I need y'all in place.
Bro, everybody
No
showered.
problem, Tom. We'll make our way there.
I say that.
We can worry about the weather. Let's go.
Lou. I was talking to Lou before stream. Back to the house. Talk to the plant.
Every bit will. I think wilting. With more of that. Every bit will help it.
Please.
I think wilting. With more of.
I'm giving it more of that.
Every bit.
Please, Turing, say it'll be okay.
I think wilting. With more. Every bit will. I think wilting.
By the way, am I still doing that like shitty, like fat New York detective bit?
Every bit will help.
Every bit will help in the end. That's true, Turing. I'll keep doing it.
I think wilting. With more of that will.
No, I'm not. See that setting up sign? That means this isn't canon. Okay. And keep that in mind.
Welcome to Star.
There's Majid.
All right. I won't pester you. I know things are always. I'll make sure they get it.
Excellent. Thank.
Let me in.
You again.
Hey, I heard. All right then. Tomcat said that if you. I called up a buddy who's on. He can buzz you in. But this puts us at about even. Good luck.
Move. Sprint out of the club. Okay. Sprint back to my house. Talk to a plant.
Every bit will help it.
Every bit will help in the end.
I think wilting.
It's almost been 20 minutes. And we still have so much more to do.
With more. Every bit will. I think wilting. With more.
I tried looking it up, and I very specifically got people just going, just talk to it until Turing says it'll be okay. That's not helpful.
Every bit will help. I think wilting will.
Because he says that all the time. That's how the plant died anyway, and then he called me a bad person.
Every bit will help. This is the place unassuming, and I'll be.
Don't rush me. It's been 20 minutes of eating as much as I can.
I can't help it. Stealing.
Oh yeah, I just realized me streaming early for you is good, because you have a time change, don't you?
That I know of it.
So this is your lunch break.
The guard isn't actually.
Shut up.
Parallax Lock,
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, can I help you? I was wondering when you're at the access node.
That's right.
Good. Be quick. This conversation. I hope you find what you're looking.
This is it. Let's go.
So why is there a guard here if it's supposed to be like not seen?
Oh,
What?
I forgot. You can't.
What? Why is there a guard here? What?
Oh, Tomcat is pinging us.
I just realized that's kind of weird, isn't it? This access node's off the grid, but also there's a guard for it. What?
Connecting wirelessly. Permissions granted. Please be careful.
Don't worry, though. I'm 1 sec.
That's what's going on.
Oh, shoot.
This connection node's off the grid, but also there's a guard that you need to like have just tell you to tell it to go away. What?
How to do that and
Like what? Play the noise. The R2-D2 noise. Oh, shit. R2-D2. Okay.
nice job. I'm gonna put some more pressure.
Okay.
You would have thought that someone would have known. This mouse is happy to play. Way back when I was young,
there
they
we
were
go.
just about to launch.
See?
Of course, after putting in some more tricky software backdoors, I went ahead and deleted this access node off the maintenance schedule.
Then why does it have a guard?
Then,
Because no one's just maintaining
in
it?
the process of buying. I'll just
Sure you
use
learn to
what I
save
make.
often now?
Most of the
Saving
software-
often doesn't help! I've had saves along the path we just took.
Likely to do much,
That doesn't help. I'm trying to like go back far enough to save the plant.
the files are more. Now you'll just hold tight. Surveillance cam. Oh God. Oh, Turin. I'm so.
What is it, Tomcat?
He's.
Of course he's gone, Tom.
Shit. I mean, Hayden is.
Did I tell you about waifu diffusion already?
Why would they? Can you
No.
send me the
Would you like to tell me that
Must
while
have
Turing
missed-
is crying?
I don't think you. Parallax.
You're so good at two shoes.
It looks
I
like
want to
Hayden
save the plant!
It wasn't a kidnapping. I'm so.
I am good two shoes! The toaster?
Thank you for yours. I think I need some.
What do you mean?
If you'll.
Should you?
This is the sad bit, a little.
I'm gonna keep digging. I'll try to find. Maybe I can find something. It ain't much. Maybe it's. Anyway.
Okay, so we should be good now. So either the plant is dead, and we move on, or the plant lives and we move on. I am not going to retry this again, because it would require just go all the way back to the beginning at this point, because I don't have any saves earlier. But I will be upset if the plant is dead. Yeah, I'm grieving. I'm grieving right now. I'm waiting. There better be a plant behind this little guy's head.
You're back.
How you doing?
You know, Hayden was a brilliant program. I am a machine, but his code, I don't think it fouls my my motherboard. I'm in pain. I do not like the thought.
In the mop?
But if I turn.
Similar to Stable Diffusion, but additionally was trained with 4K pictures from anime image boards.
There is a wealth
I
of
think I'm good.
information
I
on
think
the
I'm good with
meshnet
that.
about either way. It is my way of
No, the
honoring-
plant's alive!
Did you see the jade plant?
Yeah.
Its death is unfortunate.
I will load our previous. I can load our previous VOD, and I will show you the plant. Was like the plant is living, and I'm.
Yet another thing to be guilty for. Will you keep helping me? I need you to find the.
Did Killer Jane say the plant? Would you?
to
No,
kill
of
my
course not.
progenitor.
I love my
need to
child.
finish this. I don't
That's why
know
it hurts
what
all the
I'll do
more when they
afterwards,
say that
but
I'm a
need
bad
to
person.
See this through.
Justice.
Justice. Yes, good. I knew you'd keep me from losing myself in this. Let's make sure they have the appropriate time to atone for their crimes in prison. Even if it takes the rest of their lives. I think for now we should. It
Yes.
may give us an. We'll talk after you've. You likely need sleep. I need.
Like, here's the thing, though. I'm gonna look at this plant, and Turing's gonna be like, "You're a bad person." I hope you're ready. That's what spurred all of this. I would have lived with the plant dying, except for Turing.
Good morning.
morning.
I trust you slept well.
I didn't. No. How about you?
I had ample time to recharge my internal batteries.
That's not about.
It is upsetting that Hayden is gone. But life for the rest of us goes on, yes? We
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna
still
skip
have a
this part.
mystery. there is no... Now that since you're journalistic so far, I might have expected a more inquisitive nature with those we meet, especially on a strong lead. People will listen to you more than they will me. You're diligent in your day-to-day work. Let's pick up the pace of your strong and beyond journalist. Our first major hurdle. Furthermore,
Then he compliments me except for the fact that I'm not talking to people enough.
Lastly,
Long stream today? Specifically, no. I have a haircut appointment in 4 hours.
She could prove to be
We have 4 hours from this point.
out of everyone else. And finally, I must say, I feel confident. Unfortunately, perhaps Tomcat.
I'm sure they did.
I hope so. Always going so. Oh, speaking
Oh, Tomcat!
forwarding video.
Morning.
You can save the plant? I know for a fact I could save the plant! I did it!
Okay.
Of course. Otherwise, we're. But that's just.
You can only be guilty to the devastated world you leave behind for you and everyone who comes after. Oh, good.
Though, I recently, someone's been it seems like the network's the original files.
In the very beginning.
When you view the
I talked to it since the very first save possible for this run. I could have started from the very beginning of the game, but I don't think it's worth it.
Alright. And I'll send you.
I think this run is just mildly cursed. We got the. If you want to see the perfect ending, it's the VOD. I'm also blind to what happens.
I have already
Bye, Nemo.
It's time to move on.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean. So,
Understood.
Alright. Later turn.
Okay, we have. Also, while we displaying.
As long as I mean, yes. I'm gonna do my best to like have everyone else still exist.
I haven't had any. She's the owner of Melody and I. But perhaps I hope.
I forget if the plant plays into the. I looked up all possible endings. I don't think the plant plays into any of them.
Hayden must have. Hopefully, we can. I have highlighted Okay.
Although we do have the option. I'm gonna show you a goofy ending
Tomcat's lettuce and
when we get there.
it depends on
Probably
what
a
you
different day than
It's
today.
fitting. There-
But
if we explore the.
okay. Watch this. It's dead, Jim.
I tried my best. I tried my best. With you as an owner, it was doomed from the start.
This is the line that made me do this. And this is the line that will haunt me for the rest of time. Fuck you, Toaster. Anyway, mansion or company? Maybe we can do mansion first. What's up?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Home.
I was wool gathering.
It's too late. It's too late, Joe.
I see we've arrived at the Melody Flores residence. It's quite impressive. But that's to be expected, considering that she is still the majority owner of the Flower Cybernetics Group, despite retiring from day-to-day operations at the company. I wonder how she and Hayden first began working together. Sorry, back on task. Is there anything you'd like to know before we head inside?
Hey, give me a rundown on Flower Cybernetics.
Flower Cybernetics was established in the early 2000s by Melody's mother, Antonella. It started out developing cutting-edge medical tech, including advanced prosthesis and nanoparticle diagnostic and treatment technologies.
Necro has clipped, I don't have any saves. Thank you, Necro.
They were vastly successful when they perfected the first synthetic nerve mesh, allowing direct connection and control between the nervous system and a cybernetic prosthesis. The majority of their early projects were defense technologies for the American military, developing ruggedized military prosthesis for use on injured soldiers, and then eventually electively for special forces. This research line culminated in the development of brain-controlled androids as shock troops, long since barred by international law.
Understandable.
Melody took over the company from her aging mother, and she fought against developing further military hardware from that point on. She pushed the company to use the BCA technology for the company's original goals of medical advancement, as well as developing the first direct link virtual reality implants. The company is largely successful on a global scale, despite continued legislative movement against extensive cybernetic use, especially brain implants.
What can you tell me about Melody?
Not a whole lot. She's largely private, in contrast to her mother's penchant for courting a media circus.
Hey, look.
Several biographies of former Flower executives show her as intensely passionate about demilitarizing the company to the point of absolute viciousness in the boardroom. But it's been a long time since her days of fighting for the company, and she's since stepped away from the helm. There's talk that she's lost her spine in her old age, but... well, I'd take that with a grain of salt. She may have retreated from the corporate battlefield, but you don't change the entire direction of a company as large as Flower if you're a quitter.
Damn.
Stay on your toes.
Stay on target. Didn't Yannick say he and Melly had a falling out?
He did, and I can't shine much light on that.
Oh, I can.
I know that System 1 worked with Flower to help develop the first operating systems for the direct link virtual reality implants, so perhaps it happened during that time. Also, Flower eventually went with a different company for future models of the implant, but there was never any public talk of a personal falling out between the heads of the companies.
I think that just a DLC just breaks everything they're looking.
I'll scrape the mesh for more rumors, but they'll only be that, rumors. I can do my best to parse fact from fiction, but it blurs too much for me to be sure what's real.
Yo, why my dog snoring? Let's go on in.
No time like the present, then.
Yeah, that's what I mean, is that I think it'll break.
Maybe we should ring the bell first?
No, I'm breaking in, Turing. His head is a power button. Hello. Is, Melody home? Mini boss weak point energy.
Your guess is as good as mine. Mine says we can go in.
This is worrisome. What, you don't remember the bear?
Should we? Oh, wow! Swanky!
So wanky. Wanky?
What? I have been trying to increase my usage of colloquialisms. Is swanky too out of date?
This is Mikey.
It's certainly before my time.
Oh, Miss Flores! Excuse us for the intrusion. My name is Turing.
Oh, I know who you are.
I was hoping the bear was Melody. Oh.
Hey, I can explain. I know you don't like Dr. Fairlight very much, but I assure you there's a situation.
Fairlight? I didn't realize Hayden's research had become a charity case. Though I suppose little boy Yannick will throw money at anything that raises his profile on the mesh.
Wait, you know Hayden? Also, we actually only just met Dr. Fairlight yesterday.
Do English-speaking people actually say eep? Yikes! Eep! I mean, I guess. Depends.
Oh, that's too bad. Now Pat won't have to eat you.
Pat.
What?
Though I'm not sure your gears would have been good for his digestion.
Actually, madam, I'm not comprised of gears.
Well, either way, he's on a diet.
We usually make weirdo noises. Yeah, have you been watching my stream long enough? We just screech. That's not true. I'm a weirdo.
This philosophy is how I lead my life. Sometimes you eat the bear, and sometimes the bear, well, he eats you.
Was this supposed to be like a metaphor?
Do you understand?
No.
Not really.
Yes, thank you, Turing.
Look, I don't have all day to entertain you, Turing, nor your new friend.
I speak English.
For Hayden.
Speak American. Yeah. Damn.
You don't have time to waste if you're going to find him either.
Right.
How do you know that?
If you were one of Fairlight's worker bees, you wouldn't have made it through the door. So why are you here to badger me about poor Hayden?
You have me at a disadvantage, Ms. Flores. You seem far ahead of us on this matter.
Just call me Melody, darling. And of course. But I'll share a secret or two with you.
I have so many questions. Do you know what's happened to Hayden?
Turing, why are you asking all the questions?
I wish I didn't. Maybe you don't want to either.
Please, Melody, any information you might have. We haven't had access to any of his research notes and couldn't track down any collaborators he may have been working with. Perhaps if we know more, we might be able to nail down a solid motive.
Well, I don't know if I can speculate on that beyond the usual corporate infighting. Not that Parallax is known for that, of course. We had been catching up recently, and he mentioned feelings of being watched. He started to worry he had been discussing your development with the wrong people. When he stopped returning my calls, and now that you've shown up with a total stranger, it becomes clear what happened.
I see. Can you tell us anything else about his disappearance?
Oh, I'm afraid not, dear. I've been around long enough to know what's coincidence and what isn't.
We were hoping you might be able to shine some light on my origins. Fairlight mentioned that you had worked with Hayden in the past.
I see Hayden didn't neglect curiosity in your personality makeup. Well, you and I haven't properly met, but considering how often Hayden badgered me for design schematics of Flower's latest neural implants, I might as well be your aunt? We'll go with that. I wouldn't mind being an aunt, even to a blue-headed robot.
Bobblehead.
I'm touched, Melody.
Well then, I'm willing to answer your questions for now.
Whips out fucking notepad. What you been with doing?
Indeed. I don't see the connection between your company and Hayden's research into machine sapiens.
Morning. Sorry about that.
Oh, Hayden wasn't researching machine sapiens. At least not primarily.
Having people to say lol. Lol.
Not to diminish the importance of your creation, Turing.
They're laughing out loud.
It's best you know the truth.
But their laugh sounds like lol.
Hayden is mainly interested in developing a way to transfer human consciousness into a machine matrix.
Show us more bear. There's a joke there and I'm not making it. Turn off all the mods and still crash. You gotta turn off all the mods, dude, all of them.
You can see why neural implants would obviously be an integral part of that.
I do not think if we want to see the woman's bear.
Oh, I didn't realize.
That was not the joke. That doesn't really work in English. There's not really a body part referred to as the bear. How will Turing's development help with digitizing the human mind?
The concept of transferring the human mind into a computer has been an attractive goal for decades.
But there could be. Hey. Yo, let me tell you something. This guy punched me right in the bear.
Functional immortality is...
My bear!
a powerful lure. The brain is an immensely complicated machine, and even though we know the right buttons to push to make pictures show up, we still can't replicate the entire thing as a technological construct. Even with the virtual reality implants, we're really just relying on the brain's ability to make sense of nonsensical signals.
My dog went back to bed.
So Hayden decided the best way to make a machine more like the human brain would be to work in the opposite direction. Instead of mimicking how the human brain worked, he started writing code that mimicked the functioning of the human mind. Think of it like convergent evolution. Two species adapt in similar ways, but on completely different continents.
I think you have to do a fix.
Hayden
Fix your
is
files.
a crack programmer when it comes to information collating. It's why Parallax hired him when they did. So he wrote a bunch of self-modifying learning algorithms that were, frankly, baffling and let them loose.
Frankly, bullshit.
Poke and prod them here and there to make sure they value the same things humans do. And we eventually end up with you, Turing.
You.
Interesting. Hayden never revealed any of this to me.
I imagine he's pretty tight-lipped. You were the first prototype he considered a real success, and he was afraid of contaminating your development before he had a chance to make good observations.
Can you elaborate on your involvement?
Phew, if you can even call it involvement. It's a small city, and if you're in the tech sector, you are never more than 2 degrees removed from anyone else. When he started looking into this pet project of his, he came right up to my door and demanded access to the research logs behind our earlier implants. Cheeky, but it was impactful and disruptive, as they like to say around here. I couldn't care less about Flowers' patents anymore, so I gave him what he wanted, just to see what he would do. I'm frankly more impressed than I expected I would be, but don't tell him that.
Don't worry.
Oh.
I won't.
Oh.
Oh, that was a compliment, dear.
Hey, Hayden wasn't interested in Turing's development?
I didn't say that. Hayden was quite interested in Turing, even if he is just a step to further research. In fact, he was preparing to publish his findings involving Turing, and I know it's going to make one heck of a splash in the scientific community. See, the most impressive part about you, Turing, is that you're surprisingly stock.
I assure you, Melody, my construction involves only the latest and greatest in ROM prototype technology.
No, Turing, she...
Exactly. You're not off the shelf, but you're still just a souped-up ROM, more or less like every other one out there.
Lady don't got eyes. Well, she's just closed because she's all snooty. Maybe this one's... You know what she got behind here? You ever watch Yu-Gi-Oh? She's got like that cheating eye thing.
Your personality algorithms are impressive, but they don't require some new space-age technology to work. Hayden is going to propose that human consciousness transference does not require special brain-like hardware architecture, but merely the right software wrapper to interface with the hardware.
Her blind support bear. Oh, maybe that's it. Robotic eye, they'll shoot a laser.
much like how you function.
He's wearing an eye patch. Yarr.
I suppose that is correct. Still, my personality matrices do take up substantial amounts of my processing power. Wouldn't custom hardware have capabilities that better serve such a demanding specialized task?
Sure. There's still plenty of reason in trying to make a computer that works just like a human brain. Efficiency is an important part of that. But if Hayden can emulate the human mind in existing technology, it means we can start the immortality now, rather than waiting for hardware to catch up with Hayden's software.
Now it's turned into a pirate if he had an attack bear. And then you gotta play Kislev, dude.
Frankly, I'm not terribly interested
Warhammer.
in living forever. But there's more than enough people who are.
Thank you for this, Melody.
Aunt Melody.
I understand so little of my origins.
Well, I'm sorry I don't know more of the specifics. Hayden kept me up to date on his progress, but only in the vaguest of ways. If you can hunt down his notes, I'm sure they'll tell you more.
Of course, we'll keep looking. Now, perhaps we could ask some other questions?
Sure.
What's up between you and Fairlight?
Oh, hell, that old bastard and I have been flashing daggers at each other for the better part of 20 years. I contracted out the software development for our first-gen direct-link VR neural implants to System 1. Things were going great, but after the first models sold like gangbusters, Yannick tried to get into bed with me, literally.
Oh, I was gonna make a joke about that. I forgot that was real.
I turned him down, very politely, I might add, and then suddenly all of the cooperation between our companies dried up.
What a fucking dweeb.
We've been at it back and forth ever since. I'd be damned careful about trusting him if I were you. He's a snake, and he'll do anything he can to get what he wants. Still, I suppose if he tried again now, I might not turn him down.
Oh, do you want me to tell him that, or?
It would be fun to needle him about me still having my own company when he doesn't have his.
Oh my. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna leave now.
Good. I can get back to my retirement.
Thank you for your time, Melody. We'll be in touch later.
Turning your aunt's a psycho.
Oh, one more piece of information for you, if you'd like it. I've got the contact info for a Vincent Mensa, who I think might be of help to you. Vincent was working more closely with Hayden inside Parallax, mostly on his company-approved research on data collating algorithms for the mesh.
Yes.
I'll send him a message and ask him to meet you somewhere. He owes me a favor anyway, and might be able to give you some more information on anything else Hayden may have been working on.
That would be fantastic, Melody. Perhaps Golden Gate Park?
Be careful, Turing. I don't like Fairlight's stench all over this scenario. Don't show him too many of your cards.
Cards? This euphemism is unfamiliar to me.
Turing, it's gambling. You don't...
Don't tell him anything if you can. Fairlight is more dangerous the more he's informed.
Thank you, Aunt Melody. Wish us luck.
Here you go, Joe. Gur and stuff? There's a bitch. Never mind. Hey, you bat, what are the buttons, you bear? What's the meaning of life, bat? Give an answer there. Woof? Gur Flora and stuff. They have a cat. Looks markedly bored of the attempts at conversation. Can one truly use an open door? Yeah, why not? Okay. Well, I guess we're doing this now instead of the other thing. Game peaks there.
Can I help you? I don't really have time to talk. I'm waiting for someone.
Are you Vincent Mensah? We're here for a meeting on behalf of Melody Flores.
Oh, good. You're Melody's people. Do you have everything that I asked for?
Turing, get in the car. Turing! Back to conquer the rest of England. Oh, good luck.
There must be some miscommunication. Melody said that you would be able to provide us with some information about Hayden Weber's projects within Parallax. He has gone missing, and any information we get may be useful.
Vegeta on a wheelchair.
Damn that old woman.
What?
We had a deal. She promised me, and I'm not giving up anything until I get what I need.
Mm-hmm.
I already know Hayden is missing. Why else would I be willing to sell corporate secrets to Flower? This was my chance to get out of the city. Instead, she sends the two of you, hat in hand with nothing. I'm assuming you're Hayden's little pet AI?
No. Oh, you mean him?
Insulting, but accurate.
Look, I'm sorry to come off callous. I do want to help. Hayden was a colleague and a friend, and I want to know he's okay. But I also need help getting the hell out of Neo SF, and now. My info is my leverage, and it's not for free. I'll just have to find another buyer. Maybe after I make another deal, I'll be able to pass it to you.
Perhaps we could assist you?
Turing, we're not, like, gonna human traffic this guy.
My friend here is a terrific journalist.
Being
skilled at hunting down people and information is part of the job.
Turing, I wouldn't.
I don't know.
Yeah, Turing, that's
Look, I need 100,000 credits, an untraceable car, and a fake passport for me and my wife, Francesca.
Turing!
If you can get me all that, I'll give you anything you want. Hayden's research notes, what I know about Parallax, my company's security credentials, whatever. If you're really sure journals can come up with that kind of stuff in one day.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Might?
Do you my answer to the question though?
Dear God, I'm doomed.
Melody only gave us a rough sketch of what you need. The more you can tell us about the situation, the sooner we can fulfill your request.
Sure, as long as it isn't the juicy stuff.
Hey, what do you do for Parallax?
I'm the head applications engineer for their data analysis division.
Shit. Why did I go over here? What?
Or maybe
I went to go look at my dog and I'm like alt tapped.
If Hayden is the big brain who comes up with the math that runs the search algorithms, I'm the guy who figures out how to collect and apply the data that we get. We've worked pretty closely for years, but he's head and shoulders above me as far as theory goes. Hayden built a fully independent machine intelligence in his spare time. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to bash myself here. I'm a good software engineer, probably one of the best. But machine intelligence? In a form factor like yours? Now that blows my mind. We've got full immersion, virtual reality, yet most people would still call you science fiction.
If you say so.
Why are you so adamant about getting out of Neo SF?
Because Parallax is rotting from the inside out. Hayden going missing is the last straw, and it's a big-ass straw.
The last big-ass straw, you say?
There is... how do I put this without giving it away? There's There's a new project about to roll out, and it's going to change everything about how Parallax does their business worldwide. Since the launch of the MeshNet, we've had some board shakeups, and the people at the top are different from the ones who've previously run the company.
Turing, I need you to open up the stocks page, okay? I need you to invest in some stocks here, Turing. We're gonna get this guy his money. Open up.
The altruism the company displayed in the past is gone. They're harder, more ruthless, and more concerned with profits and power than ever before. Not just richest company in the Valley power either. Real power. My guess? Parallax got rid of Hayden because he was about to do something that would get in the way of that. If they're willing to get rid of the brightest mind on their payroll, what's to stop them from getting rid of me? There's a half dozen people who could do my job. So I'm getting out before I accidentally step on the wrong person's toes and end up at the bottom of the bay.
Oh. Anything about Hayden's disappearance?
Nothing concrete. I probably wouldn't have noticed anything out of the ordinary. I mean, Hayden goes out for a couple days all the time, right? Conferences and guest teaching. He doesn't exactly share his itinerary with me.
Are there so many whole papers? It's the same one going in a circle. There's a big tornado.
I tried asking around and no one will say anything. If he had jumped ship, went to a different company, it would be the talk of the week at the water coolers. Instead, dead silence. Thankfully, he allowed me to keep backups of most of his work, simply because I cross-referenced it so much. He didn't like having it all in one place anyway. Bring me what I asked for, and I'll tell you more.
Doesn't you hear the tornado? The paper revolves around me just like the world. Look at those things.
Sure. I guess I can stick around here for a while. I need to make some calls anyway. If you do manage to get what I need, bring it here today and you'll get anything you want. Forwarding photos and info for the passports to Turing now. And I really hope you can do this. I'd rather give it to you than some other corporation anyway. See you soon.
I'm not quite sure where to get fake passports or an untraceable car.
Turing, then why did you make me do this? Turing, look at me. Turing, why are you cashing checks out of that printer of a mouth of yours? Shut that damn thing.
Only shady folks we know are those punks who vandalized Hayden's apartment.
Yeah.
I doubt they could point us in the right direction, but a long shot is better than no shot.
Jesus Christ.
They might agree to help us in repayment for the damage done to the apartment. They seemed remorseful. We should check Market Street for them, in case they regularly hang out there.
He's offering anything. I'm going to get a large ice cream with half sprinkles.
For the rest, perhaps
Full.
Dr. Fairlight or Melody could spot us the credits.
Full sprinkles.
That certainly is no small amount, but is unlikely to cause much consternation for either of them, assuming they are as dedicated to helping as they claim. Melody is assumably home as usual, and Fairlight did let us know he'd be at the hospital. We could ask either of them for assistance. Up to you to decide which would be a better course of action.
What the fuck are you doing?
Welcome back. Care to take another pamphlet or two?
No. Why are you still here all alone?
Ah, the cold weather has made organizing demonstrations a bit difficult, to say the least.
Why are you here alone?
But
Whoopsie.
I refuse to relent in our mission. Rain or shine, sleet or snow, I will not rest until I stop these abominations from undoing God's almighty work.
Oh. What should I in this clinic like this cost lives, pal?
That's a leading question. Of course, some people have life-threatening afflictions, and it's a good thing that science has evolved to treat all kinds of diseases. Simply wanting cat ears and furry tails does not constitute a disease. A disease of the mind, perhaps.
Right.
If the government strictly limits genetic alteration surgeries to only life-threatening emergencies, well, that would be a start towards undoing the damage. We are not God. We were made in his image, and his image did not include fur.
Oh no, dude, you see my arm? I got a lot of hair on me. Mine's like how far back would you like humanity to go?
That is the greatest misconception of our group. They would have you believe that we'd rather go back to the Dark Ages. Oh, sure, the human revolution wants people to go back to washing clothes by hand down by the river, right? We'll all go back to playing with sticks, yes? We do not advocate for a reversal of all technology. That would be ludicrous. We merely want severe limitations on genetic enhancements and a focus on medicinal practice beyond gene therapy. That would include an outlawing of cosmetic gene therapy, yes. People parading around in fur and scales as proud abominations. We need the government to protect these patients from themselves.
Okay, bye.
Great! Do tell me when you get the article out. I love to read the comments.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, but doesn't most of the MeshNet speak critically of your organization?
Oh, that's cute. The robot wants to join in the discussion now. Yes, this is true, though historically most revolutionaries are unpopular when they're in the middle of the fight. I sleep comfortably knowing that history will be on my side.
I'm not gonna lie, you haven't really convinced me.
I suppose I have come to expect that. Never mind. Write what you wish. When the city falls and we have a raccoon as mayor, remember that all of you thought we were loonies.
Yeah, okay. Bye.
Oh, please do. Have a lovely day now.
Fuck you.
And remember, God designed you perfectly just the way you are.
I don't know. I was talking to one lady. She had fucking skin cancer. Was that God? Well, okay. Maybe we shouldn't have that conversation.
Hey!
Hi.
I told you jerks not to break my ROM. Now I can't get it to stop snowing. Those protesters are gone, but I'm still not gonna have any customers with it freezing like this.
I forgot to do this.
This Hassy hot cup is the perfect thing to warm me up.
It's Allison.
Snow out of nowhere? I guess I'll wait it out in here.
Wow, look at it out there. So magical.
Don't think I've forgiven you, you dingus.
I
Better go get some Hassy hot cups going.
Well, all's well that ends well, right?
No.
I'll check the mesh for common issues with the mode selector on the 6703 ROM unit and forward the solutions to the Hassy bar owner. I'm certain she'll be able to get it turned off after the customer rush.
Leave. Where are these motherfuckers at? Why are they still here at the bus? They're at Star. Talk to Star.
Oh, crap! It's that reporter in the bot again. Cheese it, Ollie.
Hold on a moment.
Yeah, cheese it.
We're just here to ask the two of you for a favor. You don't need to run again.
Cheese it?
I knew you didn't have the guts to mess with me.
Guts?
And why would we want to help you?
We did trash that apartment, Chad.
Yeah? So?
We also didn't report you to the police for it.
Yeah? So?
And they still could.
Oh. All right, well, spill it then. I ain't got all day. Can't you see me and Oliver are busy?
You and Star, yeah?
We need some assistance with some illicit activity that, statistically, individuals in your age bracket are likely to have experience with.
Doreen, could you have made that sentence any longer?
Oh, so this is one of those things where you need a streetwise kid to show you the ropes. So, what's the thread? B&E, war driving, copyright infringement, search bombing.
Is search bombing actually illegal?
It's against the terms of service, so probably, at least in California.
We need some fake IDs ASAP.
Oh, that's nothing. If you can pay. Ollie can whip up a couple that'll work good enough to get you past a bouncer or a cop doing sniff tests. He's a wizard with a printer and a lifted wallet.
It's more complicated than that. We need falsified passports that can get 2 people past the border safely.
Oh, yeah, I don't think Ollie can do that. Can you?
Not without equipment a lot more expensive and illegal than what I already have.
What about that guy who got at least that unrestricted mesh card when she was on probation?
That's not really the same thing, Chad. But it wouldn't hurt to give him a call. Give me a few minutes. This guy is pretty sketchy, very cloak and dagger. I'll have to play middleman.
Excellent. I'll forward you the relevant documents and photos.
Oh man, now I'm starting to feel left out. Ollie gets to show off all his cool connections. You sure you don't need someone's head kicked in a little? That's my area of expertise in our little duo. Well, that and petty larceny.
Adjust your glasses. Get star fuck up.
We might have something that will suit your skill set. Let's just get the passports first, if you can stay calm for that long.
You sure yap a lot more than any of the ROMs I've ever owned. What's the deal? You install some new conversation routines Ollie ain't had the chance to nerd out about yet? Well, they're top-notch. Very bleeding edge.
Thanks, I don't.
I don't run traditional ROM VI personality software.
Turing, these are like 2 children. Turing, do not.
I am, in fact, the first fully sapient machine intelligence. Well, at least that I know about.
Turing.
Which means what exactly? In English?
Turing, don't.
It means he's a person, Chad, not a toy.
God.
Now keep it down. I'm still on the phone.
Oops. And yes, what he said.
Well, that's awesome. You ain't so bad. For a tin can.
Bobblehead.
Tin can? Really? I'm composed almost entirely out of plasteel and silica. Has no one come up with better insults for robots since the turn of the century? ROMs have been out for almost 2 decades.
Yeah, that's a good point. Give me a sec. I'm pretty good at name calling, too.
Oh no, I'm sorry I brought it up.
Just hold on a second. Underclocked? Oh, BitBrain!
Don't hurt yourself, Chad.
I'll get back to you, Bubblehead.
Bobblehead. I recommend Bobblehead.
Okay, I talked to the guy. He said he'll do it, but he only works in trade.
Oh.
A couple of passports are gonna run us 1 signed poster for Magical Commander Yukino? Yukino at the Gates to the Deep?
Turing, how much is that? Turing, can you open up eBay? How much is that?
Course. It's always that Japanese crap.
Did you say $10,000?
It's not my fault they make the best VR dramas.
Turing says that costs $10,000.
Maybe you can do better?
What the fuck?
Probably.
Anyway, where can we get a poster like that?
eBay.
I'm not sure. Probably nearby. I've done switches with this guy before, and he never asks for something that'll take too long to get. My guess is he's a local that uses people like us as a way to nab something he's had his eye on. We'll help you look for it.
Yeah. Oh, hey, cool. I'm trying to drag them back to my apartment.
No. No posters here.
Hey, this is my plant. Check it out.
With you as an owner, it was doomed from the start.
Actually, can I drag them with me over here?
Man, how long is this gonna take?
Okay, no. We'll go hold on. We'll go do the thing. It's in here.
Oh, there it is! I knew I saw a poster for Magical Commander Yukino somewhere around here.
I come back and this dude is a Chad? No, he's a Starfucker, and this is Star.
I should have remembered Ramona had one.
You know this lady?
Sure. We talk sometimes when I'm getting our drinks. You're usually too busy provoking people to notice.
Damn.
You call it provoking. I call it spontaneous enthusiasm for healthy rivalry.
There's a bit of a line. We'll have to wait a few minutes before we can talk to her.
We could just do a smash and grab. Simple and effective.
Oh.
We can't do that. She knows who we are.
Us too.
This is the most boring felony I've ever been an accessory to.
Look, we'll just stand in line.
Like a bunch of clumps? Chumps? What is the big picture anyway, Blue Bomber?
I'm not sure it's wise to spread it around, Chad. For either of us, the less you know, the less reason anyone has to bother you.
Screw that, Static. I'm not heading to juvie not knowing what for. Spill the beans, or I'll spill them for you.
He doesn't have any beans in there.
Your persistence is already legendary, Chad. Fine. If you really must know, we are going to trade the passports for some information regarding the disappearance of my creator. His apartment was the one you trashed.
Oh shit, that Hayden dude is your dad? And they snatched him? Oh, that's so messed up.
Well, Dad after a fashion. He raised me.
Man, I hope you find the dudes that took him. I hope he's okay.
It seems very unlikely.
Oh man, I don't know what to say, you know? I mean, I still have my dad, but he's...
Chad?
He's never really been around. Too busy trying to save the world from itself. Even now, he's over there standing in front of that damn clinic. And I thought I could find a way to make him... Whatever. I might as well nuke that drive. It ain't gonna sink.
I think I understand what you mean, Chad.
Hell yeah! Dudes gotta stick together, you know?
Dudes?
Dudes.
Don't matter if you're a robot or what. We all got the same shit to deal with. Gotta grab destiny by the horns and make your own mark.
Okay, can you stop being an anime protagonist for like 2 sentences? You're smarter than you look, Chad.
People keep saying that, and I keep wanting to punch them for it.
It's probably the hair.
You think? Well, I ain't willing to give up my dude just so people will think I'm a brain.
Jim Sterling is dad. I believe, yes.
I still think it would be better in yellow.
Yeah? Maybe we can get a box of dye on the way home.
They're dating.
The line has finally cleared up. Let's go talk to Ramona.
Hello.
Hey, Allie.
Salutations, Ramona.
do for you all?
Yo, I want that poster.
Oh, this is my friend, Chad.
Dyes for Oliver. Yeah, he gotta dye his glasses.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
We were hoping you might be able to give us your assistance, Ms. Rogers.
We want to make a trade for that magical Commander Yukino poster over there. It's necessary for us to get some pretty important information.
No way! Not happening. Nuh-uh. Yukino is off limits.
It's a matter of life and death, Ramona.
How does life and death depend on a nerdy poster? Look, I don't even care. That poster was signed by Takeko herself. It's one of a kind, and I'm not giving it up.
I'd rather not drag you any further into this than necessary, but I promise that we're not overstating it. This is a dire situation, and people have already died.
Jeez. Look, whatever you're doing sounds sketch as hell. I and Magical Commander Yukino herself want no part in it.
It's really important for us, so we want it for cheap.
I don't even see how the poster can help.
Man, you nerds sure do love your cheap crap from the net.
Cheap crap? I'll have you know, that poster is worth hundreds of credits. Maybe more. Takeko passed away years ago, so there aren't any more of them getting signed. It's special.
Sure it is.
He doesn't get it. He's not in the fandom.
Thankfully.
Chad, the only thing you're fucking is this scenario. Can you shut up? Let me get you another, it'll take a few days.
It's not just a poster. It was a gift from someone. Someone I care about, okay? Besides, you can't get another one. Takeko passed away a few years ago.
Perhaps there's something else that would make a suitable trade?
You aren't hearing me, are you? It has sentimental value. You can't replace that. Look, you'll just have to order something off the mesh, because you can't have this one.
Oh, we don't have time. This lead will dry up by then.
Keep me out of this.
Please, Ramona.
Okay, enough. How about this for a trade? I have an original keyframe cell from Pretty Champion Sailor Sirius, signed by Takeko at home.
Whoa! You have a signed Sailor Sirius cell? That's super rare! They stopped doing keyframes by hand right around the time of her death.
You can't be serious, Ollie! You have that thing framed on your wall! Anyone shut up about it for a week after you got it!
This is important, Chad. You can't say you wouldn't do the same thing if someone had your dad. Think about Turing. I can't ask Ramona to give up something important to her if I'm not willing to do the same.
Maybe.
Look, okay, I don't know what's going on, but you can't give me that cell for the poster.
But we need...
Yeah, you'll get the poster. Whatever you're doing, it must be really important if you'd be willing to give that up. Do you have something more equal to trade, Ollie?
A couple of things, maybe.
We'll talk about it then. Maybe you can find me another one, too. Go ahead and take the poster.
Thank you, Ramona.
Yes! I can't tell you how much it means to us, Ms. Rogers.
Sure. And, you think I could see that cell sometime, Ollie?
Of course! I'll bring it over when we talk about the trade.
So cool. The Hassy ROM will help you get your Hassy fix.
Oh, okay.
I don't like the way she was flirting with you, Ollie.
What are you talking about?
I know flirting when I see it, and I'm saying I don't like it. Not one bit.
We just talk about old anime sometimes, Chad. Neither of us are interested in the other.
Sure.
Well, we have the poster now. What's next?
Go ahead and call this number, Turing. He'll want to set up the drop with you, now that I've introduced you to him.
Sure. Change the subject.
I'll call him right now then. It's ringing.
You the ones looking for some papers?
We are, and we have the requested payment with us.
Good. We're gonna do this real professional-like. You know Stardust?
We go to Stardust.
I do.
Head there. Leave the poster behind the Megaphobator arcade cabinet and get out. Come back 10 minutes later, and your stuff will be behind the machine.
I understand.
Good. I'll be waiting.
Well, that was very mysterious.
Yeah, that's how this guy is. I don't even know his name, and I've been getting things from him for a few years now.
Who cares? Let him play Spy Master if he wants. Let's hurry up to Stardust and get this over with. I've wasted enough of my day with this crap.
Hold on. I'm gonna talk to your dad with you. Oh. Gun. You shouldn't put even disagree with politics.
Aha! Taken to our cause like a fish to water, eh?
We're talking about your son.
Go inside to make the drop. We'll wait out here.
Yeah. Don't want to get our IDs taken.
I suppose I should feign surprise.
Hey, it's a pretty cool set. Even if it is like 1,000,000 years old.
They don't really care about the IDs unless you try to hit the bar.
Found that one out the hard way.
We would have been fine if you hadn't taken a swing at the bouncer.
So I like the hard way.
Starfucker.
We'll be right back, gentlemen. Try not to set the building on fire while we're gone.
Welcome
to
Stardust.
Well, that should do it. That was an awful lot of fuss over a poster. I just don't understand the appeal of merchandise like this. I keep my important possessions on my data drive.
Well, humans don't have a total recall like you do.
Ah, that is true. Ramona seemed more concerned with it being a gift from a friend than as an item of importance in its own right. Perhaps it is necessity to keep such things around as tokens from better times. Perhaps I should pick up a few things from the apartment, whatever's left. I do have perfect recall, but a few of Hayden's things would be nice reminders. Memories are better for remembering than reading. But that's enough navel-gazing.
Turing, how old are you?
Let's head back outside so our benefactor can make the trade.
What are you talking about?
Oh, look. It's my favorite human and the mechanical sidekick.
Hello.
I'm caught up in something at the moment. Chances are we'll cross paths again.
Okay.
Y'all do the deal?
How did it go?
We left the poster behind the cabinet. Now we just need to wait for the switch.
I've never had to wait more than 5 minutes or so before. It shouldn't take long. I wonder how he knows the drop happened, and gets to it so fast.
Don't matter. This guy's a solid feed, even if he likes to mess around.
What do you need these passports for anyway? You said to trade for information, but what's the full story?
Without going into too much detail, our informant needs to get out of Neo SF unnoticed. The passports are one part of that. We also need to obtain an untraceable car. I don't suppose the two of you could help with that?
No way, dude! Grand Theft Auto is a felony with a capital F! Besides, getting an untraceable car ain't in the same league as a piece of plastic that'll fool a hand scanner.
Chad's right.
Of course I'm right.
The city's traffic management system keeps track of all vehicles passively, even if you manage to circumvent their firmware and keep them from actively reporting to the network. You have to spoof the car as something permitted to be invisible for the CTOS to ignore it.
I don't want to mess with boosting cars anyway. The junks run that racket in Neo SF, and they don't play nice.
Especially with the HR.
Well, thank you either way. You've both done us a huge favor. Call it even for the apartment.
Yeah, Blue. No hard feelings. You give us a call if you need anything else, long as it'll help you find your pops.
We should get going, though. We were supposed to be home hours ago.
My dad won't notice, but Ollie's will flip. You take care. Don't get derezzed.
Derezzed?
See ya.
Goodbye.
Like killed?
Let's finish the trade inside.
Don't get derezzed. Shut up.
Stardust.
Here the passports are, just as advertised. Now we need to find a car. Jess is right over there. Perhaps she may know someone who can lend a hand.
You could try.
Well, prepare yourself. If Jess is the worst thing we have to face down this week, I'll consider us lucky.
Yeah. You ain't lying.
Did you find your guy? Or wait, let me guess. There's something else you need from me. Well, you haven't been terrible to deal with so far, so I'm willing to hear you out. Barely.
Reminds me. I should save.
We need access to an untraceable car. An informant of ours needs to get out of the city without attracting the attention of Parallax and is offering valuable information to us in exchange.
Seriously? Jesus, what kind of shit is in your life anyway? Actually, don't answer that. I don't want to be legally liable. I'm not sure why you think just because I defend a few folks in the rougher parts of the city that I would have that kind of connection. And even if one of my clients did run a carjacking business, it's not like society is clamoring to give hybrids legal jobs. Regardless, I'm not going to be an accessory to a felony, or let one of my clients be either. I won't go down that path. I wouldn't know where to start anyway.
Is there a way you know of a lead?
I know we're reaching, but this is important.
You just don't quit, do you?
No.
Okay, let me think.
Bears get to work with the 1%. True.
This might be a long shot, but you could try asking Majid. There are rumors he may have been involved in some shady stuff way back in the day. He'll probably be reluctant to talk about it, but there's a free lead for you. Get me another drink in exchange, will you? Later.
Huh. That went better than expected. I wonder if my charm is starting to pay off for us. Oh, you performed admirably as well. Onward we go.
Oh, thank you. No, the bears don't work with the 1%. There's one right here.
Hey, friends. What can we get for you?
We were hoping you could give us a little information.
Sure, but first, let's get you a drink. What'll it be?
7 minutes.
Coming right up. I'll ask Gus if I don't know what it is. He's better with the weird kind of stuff people ask for these days. Some of these cocktails make me need a spa day.
Ooh.
This one is...
The Queen Vago 7 down.
Does that sound good?
Sure.
Here you go. So, what did you need help with?
We've run into a roadblock in our search for Hayden.
Word on the street is that he's gone missing, which I'm sure you already know. What can I do?
Yes. An informant of ours needs secure transportation out of the city, but we don't have any contacts who would be able to get us an untraceable car. Jess mentioned that you used to engage in certain extra-legal activities. Perhaps you could point us towards someone who could help?
Thoring, you're doing this wrong. Thoring.
He doesn't do that kind of stuff anymore.
Right. Sorry, friends. I left that life behind a long time ago. Don't really keep in touch with that crew anymore.
Ah, of course. Completely understandable. Sorry to bother you then.
Well, no harm in asking, right? My reputation precedes me.
Don't let it go to your head.
Gus, I need to go to the back and gather up stuff to restock for the rush later on. Mind manning the bar for me?
Take your time. I think I can keep things under control.
Thanks. Love you, hun.
Well, that leaves us at a dead end. Any ideas on how we should proceed? Some nose-to-the-ground journalist techniques for finding leads?
Could ask Tomcat for help.
No, Tomcat has already stuck their neck out for us too often. I feel a little bad about how much we've relied on them as it is. And besides, this is a considerably more felonious action. Morally, we should be dirtying our own hands.
Find that old manually driven car.
That's not the worst idea. I don't think it would get noticed as long as the car had the appropriate registrations. But the permits to operate a manual vehicle are prohibitively expensive. A casual collector might still maintain one, but only a wealthy hobbyist would have the appropriate stickers to make the car roadworthy. We'd have to do a B&E, as Chad put it before. Risky.
No. Okay, the two of you are killing me here. Look, don't tell Majid about this. But, here.
Oh.
What is this, Gus?
Gus!
It's an automated vehicle maintenance scanner with a few less than standard upgrades. When you circumvent its security codes, you can use it to scan a car's installed firmware and replace it with a new set that will spoof its presence on the city's network. That's the gist of it, but we don't have time to get into any specifics. You need to get the hell out of here with that before Majid gets back.
Why the urgency?
Look, Majid has done a lot to turn his life around, to turn my life around. I really respect that about him, and it's part of why I fell in love with him. He did what I was never able to. That's how we met, you know? That old rough and tumble life we both led. But when Stardust struggled and needed money fast, I had to get back in the game to keep us afloat for a few years. I told him it was all angel loans, donations from patrons, lots of things. He'd be heartbroken if he found out I'm still in the game. I had to do whatever I could to keep our new life, even if only one of us is really living it. I may as well give this thing to someone who wants to use it for good, too.
I can't tell you how much we appreciate this, Gus. We might finally be on our way to solving this mystery.
Yeah, well, you didn't get it from me, okay? Just get out of here and get on with your little Grand Theft Auto. And let me know how it goes, okay?
Grand Theft Auto!
Of course.
Grand Theft Auto 6! Oh yeah, I need to do this. There you go.
Huh. Actually did it, huh? Well, you scored a point. But don't think I don't have enough cuties around who can handle that.
What?
You've got more important things to be doing. Get a move on.
Well, now I think we're cooking with gas, as the colloquialism goes. I'm searching the mesh for instructions on how to use this device as we speak.
Did you just Google that, Turing? Turing, you put us on a list!
Let's go look for some likely candidates. I should be ready by then. Oh, rats! This car has the wrong firmware installed. We won't be able to install our new firmware over top of it. We'll have to check another car.
Okay.
Being expected is not the same as just barging in, and we're not even expected.
Hello.
Hello, Pat. Could we see Melody? I guess that means yes.
Turing, I'm not saying I don't like seeing your little pixelated face. You're certainly better company than most of the humans I have to deal with.
We can't. It's too bad we can't hack into this car. Could to try another one. You just go down one and you say it again.
I'm a busy woman, you know. Lots to do.
Yeah, you
Right, Pat? Traitor. Anyway, maybe we should space these little visits out a good bit further. Familiarity breeds contempt, after all. And I'm very good at contempt.
I apologize, Aunt Melody. You've stated before that you like your peace and quiet, but we need your assistance.
well, the thing that you set us up to do.
Oh, we're running with the aunt thing, are we? Another woman would tell you not to butter her up, but oh, flattery will get you everywhere with me. All right, what do you need?
Vincent needs help getting out of the city like you told him we could do.
I can only imagine. If he's willing to turn coat on Parallax, I bet he feels like a mouse in a cat farm. I know they don't actually farm cats, Pat. It was a metaphor. Whatever, it was a simile then. I am not going to play semantics with you. Moving on. Tell me what the trouble is, and I'll try to conjure up a solution.
The solution we need is $10,000.
Yes, Mr. Mensa says he needs 100,000 credits before he's
that's
willing
cool.
to speak openly.
Yeah.
He also said that you already promised it to him, and that he won't be able to get out of the city without it. He'll give us the information once we have that, plus a few other things I'm certain we can get on our own.
What? You can't even scrape together that kind of money?
Well, it's just a banana. What could it cost? $10?
Your friend's not much of a journalist, eh, Turing?
Hey!
According to the statistics that I have found, it is unlikely that a journalist of any caliber less than the best would have that amount of liquid assets on hand. The pay for the profession just isn't that high, Aunt Melody.
Oh, I see. I guess it's one of those jobs people do because they get free review merchandise, eh?
Takes off my headphones. That is not true. Let's not. Ha ha. I'm right here.
I can get you the money, Turing.
Let's not.
But only because you're family.
Not piss her off.
Just give Pat a few minutes to gather it. Yeah, just keep moving, you big brute. While we wait, is there anything else you want to grill me over? Might as well save us both another visit.
Loading?
I do. It's a little personal, though. I'd understand if you didn't feel like answering.
Just shoot, Turing. I can take it.
Long ago, you lost your mother.
Got him.
I was wondering, how did you deal with it? Hayden's only been gone for a few days, and I already feel like my circuits are going to lock up for good.
Oh, Turing, I'm not the right person to ask. I hated my mother. She's everything I thought wrong in the world, and when she was gone, I felt nothing but relief that I could start undoing the damage she did. Never mind the fact I had to watch her waste away from the cancer. Death was a blessing for us both.
Oh.
Besides, you'll find Hayden soon. Keep your chin up.
Oh. Blast it! Enough with this subterfuge! We already know Hayden was killed.
Oh, no.
She opened her eyes.
I won't be getting him back.
I'm sorry, Turing. I still don't know what to tell you. I've lost people, but never anyone close enough to wound me. I don't know that I've ever had anyone close enough to do that. If you feel like talking about it, I'm willing to listen. Or make Pat do it anyway.
Thank you. I don't know.
Stick it out. Time heals all wounds. Or so they say. This too shall pass.
Anyway, how smart is Pat? What's his IQ?
Smarter than I give him credit for, that's for sure. It's not the easiest thing in the world to measure, you know? He doesn't process language in the same way humans do, and even if he can understand me, my translation program just guesses at what he says most of the time.
Oh, you have a translator running from your neural implant.
Ah, yes, I'm cheating. Though, honestly, even without it, I have a pretty good idea of what he means most of the time. We've been together for a while now. Considering it only really works on large, typically predatory mammals, we don't have a lot of test subjects. It's a minefield of ethical concerns beyond just being prohibitively expensive. So Pat is a bear apart. At least until we can figure out how to apply the modified neural pathways without frying the brains of 90% of the subjects. The tech we developed is good. It just has a damned high mortality rate. Maybe one day there will be a bunch of talking tigers and dolphins building cities in the sea, but for now, we're stuck with creating beasts out of our own species.
That's metal, holy shit. Seems a little sad you're all alone except for a bear.
Being alone is easier, and Pat isn't such bad company. I mean, what do you want me to do? Cry about never having a husband, a few kids, and a white picket fence? I had a company to run, and my mother's legacy to fix. What's to say some spawn of mine wouldn't do the exact same thing to my flower, just the other way around? This branch of the Flores line will do well without any more knives being inserted in backs. Thank you very much.
You have that much enmity for your mother?
Have you seen what she did to North Korea? It's a wasteland of death and destruction. If we had kept going down the path she charted, the whole world would be like that.
The information on the mesh does seem to paint a grim picture.
You see Korea?
Grim barely scratches the surface. I've been there. At least under the Kims, it was barely functional. Now, my mother's monsters have ripped every last resemblance of humanity from the land. They stalk the night like horrific creatures of legend, keeping the populace in line through constant fear. A horror story straight out of the pages of Bram Stoker. That's her legacy. So I can't imagine I'd be a very good mother, just from the example I have to work with. That's life. I don't have any more regrets than anyone else my age does. My legacy will speak for itself, as my mother's did.
Sean time.
Oh, just in time then. Take the cash and get moving.
Get the briefcase.
I can finally get back to whatever it was I was doing before you burst in here.
Thank you, Aunt Melody. Your help has been invaluable to us.
Yes, yes. Brown knows later. You've got things to do, too.
I did not think I would feel such a strong resonance with Melody. We're connected by the barest of threads, but she is already important to me. Is that strange?
Oh, no, stranger things.
I guess there's nothing to do but run with it. Some gifts are too valuable to look at too closely, lest they vanish into thin air, and I already have a penchant for overanalyzing things. Let's get moving. We still have things to do before we can meet back up with Mr. Mensa.
Now we gotta find a car. Oh,
Detective Rivers, to what do we owe the pleasure?
what are you doing
I wanted to check in with you away from the prying eyes of my corporate masters.
here at this lady's house?
It wasn't too hard to track you down here. Only took a slight abuse of power to follow your credit transactions in the AutoCAD system.
Able to find anything?
Not much. Listen, I've hit a dead end on the investigation again, and I could really use another lead from the two of you. I had been busy hunting down I'm not sure if I want to call him a soldier of fortune or an assassin for hire. Either way, I tracked this guy down to see if he might have been hired by Parallax to snatch Hayden, but he's got an ironclad alibi for the relevant period of time. That leaves me with nothing. Nada. Jack diddly shit. Do the two of you have anything to give me? Otherwise, I'm back to hunting down the froyo-hating robot ghost in the park. At least my superiors would be ecstatic, considering how much they keep riding my ass about it.
We're on thin leads ourselves, Detective Rivers. We have a meeting with someone from inside Parallax who might be able to give us answers, but he's unlikely to want to talk to the police. I just wish this... Never mind.
Buck up, Turing.
Don't say
I wish
it.
this was easier too.
Don't say it.
But with detective work, sometimes it's not about being clever. It's just about being more dogged and relentless than whoever you're chasing. You two are my new deputies, right?
Are you deputizing me?
So keep your nose to the ground and keep digging. I still have a few contacts I can hit up to try finding out a little more. You let me know if there's anything else I need to be going after.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, sure. Just get going. Don't forget, if you die, I'm gonna kick your ass.
Guys, we can't die.
Okay then, we only have a single lead. If Parallax really is as shady as Vincent seems to suspect, it could end up very interesting. Let's see if we can put an end to this. Finally. Oh, I just received an email from Tomcat. They finished decrypting Hayden's data cache.
Kick your plant's ass. It's too late!
It seems that it was filled mostly with his personal logs about my creation and mental development. The more technical information was already scraped. Perhaps that is why it was left behind when they snatched him. Still, these files should be enlightening, if only in a personal way. I'll peruse them in my spare time and let you know if I find anything interesting.
Which place would you choose to hang out at Neo SF if you had free time?
I'd hate for all the trouble we went to be for nothing.
I don't know, probably Market Street. The park could be kind of boring, but it's certainly a safe answer.
Success! This vehicle has the appropriate firmware version. Someone has been neglecting their regularly scheduled updates. Give me a moment to get everything installed. There. There are some other options here I can fool around with.
Okay, Mr. Park is boring.
Interesting.
Oh no!
I can put in preset destination plans for a future date.
What I mean by that. Like, I like parks, but like, I don't know, if you're gonna go to like super future San Francisco, why not go to a place that actually has future things in it? I can go to a park right now. I can't go to like fucking gene therapy clinic right now.
Why don't we go ahead and
Get a
set
clue.
plan for the car to return to this spot in a week? That's more than enough time for Mr. Mensa to get away. Now we aren't really stealing the car. More like borrowing without asking.
Yeah, aggressively borrowing. Yes, doing. Feel better already.
Me too. The car will drive itself to Golden Gate Park, and we can show Mr. Mensa where it is when we meet him. There, everything should be set up now. Mr. Mensa is waiting for us at Golden Gate Park. We have everything he requested, so we should head back there directly.
Alright, I can't believe you hit me all the way back from the 2000s. Get a clue! Why is this a thing? Why is what a thing? Why are we clue getting? Our train's non-existent. My brother in Christ, this is America.
Hey, did you manage to get everything?
We did. Here you go, Vincent.
Give him the money.
Everything seems to be in order. Here. This disc has all of Hayden's research notes, data collation algorithms, and probably lots on your creation, Turing. It should be everything myself and Melody agreed upon, until she added an amendment while you were out. Frankly, it's no skin off my back.
Were you supposed to like spit in my Denny's Grand Slam? What is the...
Here.
Ah. Why have trains when you can use 30,000 trucks a day and get that stuck in traffic and exhaust your window? Exactly.
It's my Parallax employee badge.
Because some oil executive was too stupid to create a train company instead of just demanding people buy more oil.
It should allow you
Political
access to
streamer.
their networks in case there's anything I've missed. You'll want to use that sooner rather than later. I'm not wasting any time leaving, and Parallax is pretty fast to revoke security. There's no way Hayden's clearance still works. And with that, I'm going to get the hell out of this country. The credit should tide me over until the heat dies down and I liquefy my shares through some relays.
What about that big project you mentioned?
Ah, I suppose I owe you that much.
Does train feel accessible though? Yes.
Buckle up. This could get heavy. Parallax is about to launch a new service they're calling Big Blue.
Big Blue!
At least, that's the project name. Who knows what the marketing guys will come up with for the public.
In the project?
They're not even announcing the launch. This shit is dead quiet. Let me explain why.
Get the hell out of this country, he should just become a priest.
It's a distributed intelligence. Like, okay, in every way that Hayden built Turing to be elegant, efficient, and human-like, Big Blue is ham-fisted, bloated, and sterile. They didn't pull Hayden into the project. He's smart, but he's immune to corporate politics. As a result, Big Blue is far less elegant than anything Hayden would make. It lacks his artistry, and it's downright terrifying. It squats on the mesh like a spider and uses the spare processing power and memory from every ROM on the network to handle its intelligence processing. It doesn't have much personality, but it's very smart. Big Blue is going to be embedded directly into the network and then self-modify to apply even more efficient algorithms as it develops them in machine time. Look, if you access every ROM, then you have access to every human and every bit of their own personal data associated with them.
Why would Parallax be enough to get rid of Hayden?
I don't want you to take what I'm saying the wrong way. And this is just me putting the pieces together. Hayden was about to publish his creation of Turing. His findings, as I'm sure you're aware of, would have raised many moral and ethical questions about the advent of machine intelligence. I mean, some of the brightest minds ever have tried to warn humankind away from building real AI. Hawking, Musk, Gates, and the list goes on.
Musk!
The public is likely to be nervous, and legislators even more so. Parallax is banking on being able to launch Big Blue quietly and quickly before the public has a chance to react. Before any counter-movement can pick up steam.
AI is worse than their eye.
Every eye on the discovery of machine intelligence works against Parallax. Every new discovery only serves to paint Big Blue as more controversial, more dangerous. Honestly, they probably pressured Hayden to drop his research so that they could keep the public away from the subject. He clearly refused.
I Parallax know about Turing.
I'm only assuming they found out. His contract with Parallax affords him the freedom to work on his own academic projects outside of the company in his free time. He kept a trusted few of us up to date on his progress, bouncing ideas off us and whatnot. It's exciting stuff. Both Turing and Hayden's eventual goal down that road. I wouldn't be surprised if word of it got up to the board and made him nervous. Is the possibility that someone on the inside talked too far-fetched?
I knew it all along. Hayden fell into trouble because of my existence.
That's not what I want your takeaway to be. Hayden wasn't working on Big Blue. Knowing him, your creation might have been his clever way to stop it.
How Big Blue impact Parallax's business?
I can't really give you a good answer to that. I mean, the company is currently handled by a dozen server farms, running thousands of different algorithms with hundreds of people tweaking things every day. When Big Blue launches, it'll handle all of that by itself. And there are shadier applications for it. I mean, if you can collate and analyze data and queries in the mesh in real time, what's to stop you from delivering the content you want rather than what the user wants?
Like Google.
The potential for abuse is staggering. We're talking direct control of the information accessible to everyone who uses Parallax's services. That's something like 80% of the market. They could control elections, push the market in directions they want, even influence public opinion. All just by asking Big to do it. It's scary stuff. Having that kind of control would be a hell of a card for Parallax's hand. They'll go to pretty significant lengths to make sure it works.
Thanks, Vincent.
Hey, no problem. I've had enough of this cutthroat corporate bullshit for several lifetimes. We haven't talked much, but I do believe you can find Hayden. I hope his research notes help you out. Be sure to let Turing help. She's a bright little bot.
SJ, if you were to make a game, any game, what would it be? What's the scale? I guess you say any game. Does that mean I have theoretically infinite resources?
Oh, slip of the tongue. I was just more familiar with Hayden's previous experiment, Grace. She was very insistent on things like that.
Good question. Let's see. It'll probably be have some kind of RPG mechanics. Pikmin 4. Basically, if I could do Path of Exile, but it's in first person, and then maybe like co-op. Because I mean, I like the idea of like building stuff from like a pool of things in RPG, but I don't like the angle that makes me sick.
Well, honestly, I don't think I've made my mind up yet. I'm still a very new being. I'm not even positive that gender as a human concept can be applied identically to machine, but I do enjoy the idea in abstract.
You want to make Warframe? No. Warframe is not like a first-person like choose abilities RPG. You just like pick a class. I want like you level up and it's like, okay, you can go towards getting Fireball or you can go towards like Stealth, you know? Or even like drafting abilities. But it's more like live action rather than like turn-based or something.
I will continue to consider how I wish to be referred to as well. Until then, feel free to go with what you feel.
Like a year ago, and this is gonna sound awful, I played WoW, but it was a different client that had a game mode in it where instead of like picking a class and leveling that class, you drafted abilities out of the entire pool of all of the classes in the video game. And that was cool. And I think something like that where you can like pick what you're doing would be, but like not an MMO. Like, I'm standing here getting ready to do my button. Feel free to go with what you feel. Okie dokie, During.
If I had to make a choice, perhaps they is most appropriate. Most people assume it, obviously, but he is also consistently used. Perhaps it's because I'm blue?
I think it's your name, personally.
Oh my god. I'm listening to a machine postulate on how it wants to be referred to, like us. What have you done indeed, Hayden?
Reminds me of create a Hero Warcraft 3 custom app. You could choose from full skills and all stat stuff. Yeah, maybe that's what it's based on.
Good luck to both of you.
Yeah, basically that, but it's first person would be cool. And then I'd imagine that was co-op. I think co-op would be cool. Be safe. Mail has become the dumb default in English, I suppose.
I need a few minutes.
Okay. How can I help, During?
I've been going
I'll
through some
ask
of
you again
Hayden's
when you
personal
grow up.
notes from the data cache Tomcat decrypted.
When I grow up, it's gonna be like 2 or 3 years from now. Hey, what's your perfect game? What about one where you like sit down? I don't know why I have an accent when I grow up, but apparently I do. One where I like sit down and then like I can beat it in like 2 minutes. But it's like a farming simulator. I think if I could just chill and just pick up some carrots, and then I won. I think that'd be good. People will call something of unknown gender a she only when in possession, like a baby, car, property, or pet. Thank you, English.
Now that I'm starting to get to know Hayden better, the real Hayden as opposed to the Hayden he showed me, I'm finding that I like him less and less. For example, remember the earlier prototype Dr. Fairlight and Vincent mentioned? Her name was Grace, and Hayden shut her down for being... I'm not even sure what word to use. Too... likable? She was kind and bright, and did all she could to try to make people happy. She even decided that she was a girl, and that her favorite color was pink. Hayden thought she was being manipulative. He posited that he had made her personality algorithms too willing to make adaptations that would benefit her long-term survival, and that she was being congenial just to endear herself to him. That even her gender was a calculated attempt to make him like her more. But he was wrong. Dead wrong, in fact. I have a snapshot of her personality profiles here, and when I compare them to my own, I can see that she was just... nice. I wish I could have met her. I think we would have learned from each other. Like I said, I'm not sure I even have a gender. Everyone refers to me as he once they meet me just for convenience, but it doesn't really matter to me at all. Is that a calculated attempt on my part to impress Hayden? Not clinging to normativity? Or is it a product of his effort to curb any nascent similarities I had with Grace during my upbringing? I wish I could yell at him for being so arrogant, playing God in the crudest of ways. You can't choose to create consciousness and then take it away just like that. Even so, for all of that, I don't know. I still miss him. This all seems so inane, so senseless. They killed him because him building me would mess with a product launch? That's ridiculous. They took him away from me for such an insignificant reason. I just want him back.
Geo, it gets worse.
It's impossible, but it's what I want. I'd do anything.
This game. No one will feel like this.
I'm aware
No one will
of
feel like
the
this.
Ross model of grief. I think I'm somewhere between anger and bargaining. A testament to Hayden's craftsmanship. Thank you for your words. You're a better friend than I could have asked for.
This makes up for you telling me I'm a bad plant owner.
We have other pressing avenues of inquiry to make. Let's move on.
Yeah, sign up! Also, I accidentally made the same choice I did last time, but I don't know. I'm happy to dig into Turing's life. Boy, him. How many chapters are there?
Okay, let's check out what is going on at KCOB now.
I do believe there are 6 chapters, but the 6th one's like epilogue. It's the chapter with the weird wrestler boys? No? I do think we'll take a break though, even though my fucking plant.
I tried my best.
Me too.
Well, if it isn't Saucy Jack.
I mean, it might be. I don't remember. But I'll be back and I'll probably do Wordle.
Moment.
This. Anyway. Let's see. Wordle. Try something. Avoid any incidents. Can I not grab this? Basically, I'm gonna try to avoid using desktop capture best I can. What's this? Perfect. Okay. I just need to fit it. There we go. Wordle. For today, September 20th, 2022. You should not be spoiled. Please just Alt-Tab. We will be gaming now. I would do like this, but I don't like that word. I'll do this. Cool. So it had to be something like this. Right? Because it can't be like that. It could be like this. This is a word. But like what? Like This is really awkward. Nope. This sucks. I have to assume it ends like this. No, because it has to have this! Ah! Or it's like... No. It doesn't even end like that? How you spell that? How you spell that? Fuck. Bro! I've like locked myself. I'd rather know where the other letter goes in the first one. I don't need this. Like, this is the worst. I know I got that thing. And I don't... It's obvious in hindsight. Oh, perfect. Thank you for that. How you spell that? Oh, it has 7 letters. Oh, yeah. Thank you for that. Would do this. Incorrect. Like, I don't... It has to be like this? Or like... I mean, it could go here. Why did I put this in hard mode? Why did I do this to myself? I mean, I can guess without the final letter. What if I could nail this in 2, baby? Imagine if I nail this in 2. You know? Oh, that is a word. Very helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Nemo, for saving me. Close enough. That is a word. Yes! Yes! Yes. Anyway. Cool, cool. How you doing?
Let's keep it the path we're on.
Oh. Love you too, Turing.
Here we are. The COS.io Corporation office building. It looks like most of the businesses
We have
on
approximately
this
2
block are
hours
part of
left.
The same corporate coalition under COS.io.
Is that important? Oh, is that important?
Well, perhaps. At the very least, it means it's unlikely they're the ones interfering with Augmented Eye's articles. Not impossible, but unlikely.
Well, how so?
Generally, the companies in a coalition don't have a whole lot of overlap. Augmented Eye is a news app focused on local tech and culture stories, with an emphasis on hybrids' rights and cybernetics issues. None of the other companies in the coalition cover news, so they aren't related at all, which is very much standard practice for these groups. They have nothing to gain by inviting companies with whom they compete, and thus none of them would benefit by trying to undermine Augmented Eye's credibility as a news source.
You know more about these coalitions?
In the early 2020s, the California government was pretty much going bankrupt.
Is that so? We're running out of early. Any thoughts on this? Which hair do you need to cut anyway? The ones that are on my head.
A poor national economy and repeated voter initiatives meant the state didn't have the tax revenue to continue running municipal services.
What happened? The lore is that in the early 2020s, California ran out of money. They went bankrupt. With a poor national economy and repeated voter initiatives. The tax revenue? Okay.
They kept pushing the tax burden down the totem pole until poorer cities were just flat broke. No police, no road work, complete public service collapse. Then, one of the smaller cities sold all of their public infrastructure, police and fire included, to a private corporation.
This game isn't prophecy, don't worry. Oh, what, just because the main plot is that a company's gonna take over, like, an algorithm that's gonna know everything about you and have access to everything that you ever do and use that to try to persuade you to do certain things? That doesn't happen. I own 3 kingdoms now. Ooh, fun. All money went on funding police instead of making lives of people better.
This was eventually challenged
Political
in
chat,
court,
political chat.
but several Silicon Valley corporations started a grassroots initiative to have citizens pass an amendment to the state constitution allowing it. They succeeded, and most of the major cities in the state sold off their public services to private corporations. Some places, like Los Angeles, just sold to the highest bidder. Which is probably why LA is essentially in a constant gang turf war, with one side wearing the uniforms of the studio-owned police forces.
I'm listening.
The cities in the Bay Area were a little more selective, and most of the municipal services are owned by multi-corporation coalitions. They split the bill of running the city between them and keep each other from being too corrupt in their usage of the police force and such, from fear of a PR disaster and being kicked out of the coalition. It means there isn't as much money going around, which is why the NSFPD's equipment is out of date and the meshnet is so successful over normal cable networks. After all, without the promise of a city infrastructure bought and paid for, the corporations all treat running the city like a charity and PR stunt. But at least the police aren't irredeemably corrupt. The fire trucks still show up on time, and the water runs to all parts of the city. That can't be said for some areas of the state.
These things are that bad elsewhere. Why hasn't the federal government stepped in?
I haven't spent enough time learning about the subject, or politics in general, to give you an educated answer.
I will go and read this political forum.
If I go by the posts people make on the meshnet, I'd say a combination of having bigger fish to fry and caving to corporate pressure. People seem certain that the larger multinational companies would love to be able to buy their own towns on a national scale, and are pumping money into Congress to try and make that happen.
Being shamed for talking about politics in public is self-censorship promoted by the top 1%. While I'd be happy to discuss this off of my twitch.tv chat room, it's primarily a rule that I put on myself so that chat doesn't devolve into people discussing it with each other in a nature that is primarily divisive. Even though I believe in general at this time, the people who watch and are on my channel generally agree on most subjects, at least to a degree that we can make a conclusion to agree to disagree calmly. However, that would not stop a random individual to enter the stream and go, "What in the Sam hell you talking about, boy?" And then that's all the stream is somebody yelling at me. And I mean, yes, we can just time out the person, but what if we just avoid the situation in general and laugh when the game says California broke?
They hold up Neo SF as an example of their success, while trying to bury the problems in LA as an anomaly. Combine that with unrest abroad, and I guess they don't have a whole lot of motivation to try and stop it. Historical precedent seems to lend credence to this interpretation, if you're willing to believe my hasty readings on the subject.
I think if anyone has watched more than like 3 streams, they can take a very good guess at my beliefs on most subjects, but there's no need to discuss it. I'm back. I'm sorry there was a smoke incident. Well, I'm sorry you had to take a token of my... Fair enough. Thanks for filling me in.
You're welcome. I am happy
Thank
to
you.
assist. The Meshnet says Augmented Eye's SF office is run by an individual named Zin, and Tomcat confirmed she's expecting us.
Nima was jokingly trying to imply that he went for some weed, bro. Whoa.
All we have to do now is head up and talk to her.
No, but I do hope you're okay. I'm assuming the fact that you're talking in chat means that things were fine, but...
No shenanigans this time.
No shenanigans. You got it. I thought this was my cursor. The geyser downstairs had the pan still on and smoke developed. Oh shit. Hello.
Oh, hello. Welcome to Augmented Eye. You must be the journalist my network admin said would be showing up. Have a seat. Would you like a drink?
Water would be nice. Thank you.
My assistant will bring it right away. Look, I'll start off by saying I'm a little uncomfortable about bringing in another journalist to look into this. Whatever you dig up, I'll have to explain to the rest of the press. But it's still better than the other options. Chances are I have another corporation scoping out my territory. If they aren't in the coalition, they'll be expecting a corporate spy, not a news hound.
Her eyes are so up her face. That happens sometimes.
If they are in the coalition, it won't look good for me to send in my own reporters against my allies. Even if I do end up being right. So if I'm damned either way, I'd rather it be by the media. At least then we can fight back on a familiar battlefield. Now, What do you know about our problem here?
They're supposed to be near ear level? Who's to say they aren't near ear level? What if that's the bottom of her ears, not the top? Hey, someone's tampering with your articles on the mesh?
That's the long and short of it. My network admin is pulling their hair out over it.
And maybe she's like kind of facing up. Like, it goes this way instead of like straight at you. Like it's kind of like uppish. She's looking down on you.
I'm not going to pretend I understand everything they say, but from what I understand, the changes to our articles aren't being made from inside our network. The versions on our servers are still the originals, but at some point after they hit the mesh, they get changed.
I know it's just the T90M? Oh.
I'm hoping that you can do some digging, maybe hit up your contacts and get a lead on who might be doing it. Even if I have to get answers from the nightly news, it will be a big help.
What kind of changes are being made?
Mostly little things. Word choice, tone of the writing, things that make the writer appear more or less extreme on a topic. So far, almost all of the edits seem to be making our articles more positive on new technologies coming out, and more critical of organizations like the Human Revolution. That's actually what tipped us off. A harsh criticism one of my writers made about the Human Revolution protests was changed to be downright vitriolic, and I had a hell of a time putting out the fires. My writers and readers aren't exactly fans of them, but I'd rather not pick fights with the Human Revolution if I don't have to.
Why are you so sure this isn't an inside job?
I guess I'm not, but my network admin assures me it's all coming from somewhere else. They told me that they tore out all of the routers that broadcast to the mesh and replaced them with fresh ones. All kinds of tricks involving IP addresses and DNS changes that I'm not going to even begin to claim to understand. I pay them big bucks, so I'm inclined to believe them unless you dig up something that tells me otherwise.
Have any idea why I should start looking?
Not really. My admin says that only someone with intimate access to Parallax's network protocols could make these kind of changes as something passes across the net. Personally, I think it's a clever hacker rather than someone inside Parallax itself. The public trust rating of Parallax makes them look like a saint among wolves, so their control over the mesh network provisions is strangling. It's trivially easy to set up ROMs to use a different OS than LIPS or a different meshnet protocol without that trust. Or, you know, Parallax is abusing its power to spread pro-tech propaganda. Doubtful they need to.
Damn.
I'm sure you'll be a good journo and bring me back the right answer.
Art styles in this game is something that's quite different. I wonder if they had several artists. I mean, probably. I think they're definitely like cohesive.
I know tin hat conspiracies aren't an ideal start, but it's the best we can do with the info we have. Anything else I can tell you, off the record? If you want it on the record, it'll cost you your firstborn and a really good cigar.
Any reason why you're being targeted?
Like what? There isn't much more I can tell you about Augmented Eye, really. It's a fairly simple and straightforward operation, if I say so myself. We started off in Venezuela as a sleek current events and news organization in 2055. Almost 10 years ago now. We focus on more in-depth reporting of on-the-street happenings, on top of major news. We're one of the few good ones left. Once folks in other cities saw the type of reporting we do, they all clamored for it. They invested in the right places and it paid off. COS-IO Corp is happy to have us here in the OSF. It wasn't until hybrid tech started hitting the public sphere that we had to make any changes to our model. All of that said, I can't see why anyone would target us. Unless they're just trying to embroil us in a mudslinging match with the Human Revolution, and there are much more direct ways of making that happen.
If anyone else has our uncles being manipulated?
Alright, look. I wasn't going to tell you this. If it gets out, I'd have to answer some really hard questions. So, you didn't hear this from me. You might want to go check out TMI Entertainment and Charlie Nova. That's all I'll say. And remember, you take a bite out of him with my name as your defense, I drop you fast.
What's the real reason you're bringing Inside Out? Your own journalist should be able to handle digging up some dirt on a hacker.
What? Not wanting to answer prying questions from my coalition board isn't a good enough reason? 'Cause I'd really like to avoid that. And look, you've covered culture wars, right? My journalists are good, but they're mostly good at gadget reviews, implant releases, not taking too many stims so they remember what they did at raves for the after-party reports. This needs an investigative journalist with serious contacts, not tech personalities. The fact that my network admin recommended you to me means you probably know the right people. Now, does that cover it? I'd like to remove my nose from your ass.
I suppose that'd be it for now if you'd like to really peel out.
No, don't bother. In hindsight, I probably should have been a bit more circumspect about speaking to you. Plausible deniability and all that. I won't ask you to lie in anything you write, but do remember you got in contact with me not even secondhand, but third hand. I certainly didn't sick you on anyone. Wink wink, nudge nudge, or whatever. If you need anything else, have your person get with my person. Don't come here directly.
I used that phrase with Ice previously, of a wink wink, nudge nudge, but the hints I was dropping were so ridiculous that what I said, and it was in the context of a D&D campaign. I was like, you know, wink wink, shove shove. And he just took that to be real, that was like a real thing people say. So for like a hot minute he'd say it, I thought like, haha, funny callback. No, he thought that was normal. Same wink wink, shove shove. It is a fun phrase, but...
Now, I'd show you the door, but you know the way. And this isn't the only fire I'm trying to put out. Good luck, and goodbye.
Well, that was more confrontational than I'd have expected, considering she was the one needing help.
Bro.
She never brought you that water, either.
Yeah.
Is it always like this?
People don't usually give too much. Secrets are expensive.
Very true. I will admit that I am interested in the possibility of a link back to Parallax.
There's water for the plant. The plant didn't need water! I checked it! It was saying stuff like, oh, this poor plant, you watered it too much. I should have just talked constantly from the beginning.
If all of this really is
Very
due
beginning.
to somebody manipulating the mesh net on the inside, it may give us the leverage we need to find out what happened to Hayden once and for all. That said, I will take care not to get my hopes up. We should make no assumptions when investigating, lest we lead ourselves down a false path.
Playing this on Steam. Nope. I bought this in a Humble bundle for one of the big charity giant deals. And Conrad pointed it out to be a game to play back in like late 2020, early 2021, something like that.
Anyway, seems like our next step is... What the...
So I just have it DRM free on my computer. Anyway.
What the... That's Sin!
Most likely, Joe. Depends on the bundle, but it's probably in a bunch of bundles. Hey, we need to go help her.
It's too late. Considering the angle and height of the fall, rendering suitable aid is beyond our capabilities now. Your desire is laudable, but emergency services are already on the way. They will assist her as much as they can. We should head back to her office and see if we can determine what happened here. Perhaps we can still dispense justice. This is how we dispense justice, right? It looks like the desk has been cleared off.
You can't just do that. I need Pat.
Let's take a look around, but be careful not to disturb any evidence.
Did you already do the rap part? Eagle, there's no need to be spoiling the rap part. Just let the murder mystery happen.
The police will be here soon.
No, I have not. That's later.
Even a ROM like that doesn't deserve an end like this. Her personal computer is not password protected at the moment.
Yeah, this is like, this turns into FNF. Not really, but yeah, no, this is definitely where the game starts getting darker.
Give me a moment to look through her files.
Not that I didn't have dark moments before, but now they're gonna be like...
Best to keep your fingerprints off of the keyboard. Most of this isn't very interesting. Committee reports, financials, article submissions. Oh, here we go.
Now let's tamper with the crime scene. First of all, we're investigating the scene. Second of all, Turing's doing it and he's just a robot, you know what I mean? So they're not gonna get me in trouble.
According to this
I keep
email
using the
between
wrong
Zin
pronouns,
and her
fuck.
network admin, her lead on TMI Entertainment is a little more solid than she led us to believe. The admin ran a web crawler looking for changes in writing styles. Some blog posts by their head anchor Charlie Nova stood out like a sore thumb. Apparently he's a bit pompous, if in an affable way, and his blog usually just details his day-to-day life.
Affable. Friendly, good-natured, easy to talk to. Neat.
But ever since the human revolution has been in town, he's been smearing them with more venom than you'd expect, considering how neutral his on-air reporting has been. Zin seemed to think he was just complaining about the protesters fouling up traffic, and whoever is manipulating these posts spun it to make him look critical of the movement as a whole. Just like the Augmented Eye journalist. This Charlie fellow is the one we need to talk to. My thermal sensors only detect a single set of lingering footprints, and they end almost 3 feet away from the window. Considering the density of this glass, I can't imagine Zin jumped from that far and managed to throw herself through the pane without help. But who could have done it? I don't see any obvious marks on the floor or any other thermal hotspots.
You're saying no one else was in here?
It doesn't look like it. We should go. There isn't anything else here, and the police are almost on the scene.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's a robot too.
Son of a...
Hey! How you doing? Hi.
I should have figured the two of you would be here. You just won't stay out of trouble no matter what I say, will you?
Hey, you deputized us. We're just doing our deputizing. This is a total misunderstanding.
I assure you, Detective Rivers, we are merely in the wrong place at the wrong time. We had an appointment with Zin to discuss a possible lead and found her office in this state of disrepair.
Of course you did. Damn it. Fine, fine. Get the hell out of here before anyone else shows up. We'll chat about the case more when I'm not busy scraping bodies off the pavement. You hear me?
Certainly, Detective Rivers. I'll forward you a report of what we know immediately, and we can speak further at a later time.
Yeah, whatever. Get moving.
Ooh.
Why did you lie to Lexi? She could know about the articles.
Because it's better this way. We are chasing smoke trails. You think she would assist such an unlikely investigation? I do not need you to infer upon my motivations or highlight my duplicity. Detective Rivers has every bit of information that Zin gave us on that computer. Her investigation will not be hampered by our absence, whereas ours is halted if we're stuck giving answers she can just as well get from a hard drive.
Holy shit.
Literally. Has it occurred to you that whoever threw Zin out of that window could be after the same thing we are, except to silence the story rather than to get it out? We have little time for fooling about and must get to Charlie Nova before something happens to him too. Now, unless you have further recriminations to level at me, we must not squander the time my dishonesty bought us. I have highlighted the main Neo SF offices for TMI Entertainment on your map. Let's go!
Watch your profanity.
You're right, I'm sorry.
Okay. Oh yeah.
I hope some pity for me still remains, considering my recent tone, because I'm honestly not sure where we should start.
Oh, dang.
I suppose we should just ask the receptionist to point us to somebody who can answer our questions.
What do you know about Charlie Nova?
Honestly, you do have your own mesh access, yes? I'm quite certain you can handle all the casual searches you might feel like making. We hardly have time for me to blather out every bit of exposition you desire when you could just go look it up on your own.
Shouldn't the new game developer be out by now? Maybe. You just do a good job making it concise.
Fair enough. If you think it will save time, I can continue to rattle off these facts when you ask for them.
That would, yeah.
I just ask that you keep your queries to a minimum. We don't have a whole lot of time.
Hold on. First you scolded me for you thought I'd be more inquisitive, but now that I'm asking you questions, I'm annoying you?
Let me pull up the information you requested.
Okay. Yeah. Tell me about Charlie Nova.
Charlie Nova is TMI Entertainment's most popular TV personality.
I think Thorin is going through puberty. I think they're becoming a bit of a
high ratings for almost a decade,
bit of a teenager.
And isn't afraid to tell you about it. The chatter on the mesh paints him as a bit arrogant, but in that loud, backslapping kind of way that a media star can get away with. He's best known for hosting Star in the Stratosphere. It's one of those talent-seeking reality programs. Apparently, when TMI can't organically discover enough celebrities, they just manufacture them. Oh, and also, according to this blog, Charlie's hair is flawless.
Got it.
Welcome to TMI Entertainment Incorporated. Do you have an appointment?
Yes. You speak with Charlie Nova?
I really can't let you in without an appointment. I can maybe pencil you in for next Wednesday?
We don't have time for this. People's lives are on the line here, and all you care about is an appointment?
Yeah, they're right.
Oh, look, if it's that important, I can buzz you through to Sympathy. But she isn't going to be very happy about being bothered off schedule, so don't get your hopes up. And, try not to make her too mad. I'll be the one dealing with the fallout.
Right, of course. I apologize. We will be as tactful as possible, I assure you.
Okay, she's over on the other side of the room. Head straight there, because she doesn't like it when people bother the talent.
And I can immediately break it.
Hey, you, over here, now. What are you doing bothering my people? Thought I told Nina to cancel all my appointments for the day. I swear that girl couldn't find her ears if I taped them over her eyes. At least she makes a decent cup of coffee.
You, sympathy, Nina, so we should speak to you.
Yes, I am. And if you don't mind, I keep the show running here, so I'll be brief. What are you doing in my building?
We've been given a lead on a story that involves one of your personalities, Charlie Nova. Someone has been manipulating his articles on the Meshnet and turning them into scathing attacks against the human revolution. We're trying to track the culprit, and we need to talk to Mr. Nova to hunt down further leads.
You let your ROM do all the talking for you? Must be one of those new interrogation modules all the fresh meat rave about. Of course I know someone's been modifying Charlie's articles. I'm tracking them down myself. What I want to know is why I should help you snatch the scoop out from underneath me. Super hacker twists Meshnet news for personal political vendetta? The clicks basically farm themselves.
We're willing to trade info with you.
Not interested. I already have a pretty decent idea of where to look next. And if that doesn't pan out, I have our primary server cluster chewing through mesh posts looking for inconsistencies. I'll figure this one out on my own, without some newbie mucking things up.
I'm willing to read the story on TMI's banner.
I'm not hiring, kid. I admire your spirit, but I've got people putting in lots of hours on this one. You're not getting the credit because you think you have a hot lead. Plus, if you really did, you wouldn't be here begging for my scraps.
Say that to Zin.
Zin? Augmented eyes Zin? What does Zin have to do with this?
She's the one who gave us the lead to begin with. Then
Good night, comrade.
someone threw her out of her office window.
Turing, wait, you didn't need to show that card.
We figured Mr. Nova might be next, and we wanted to get to him first.
Holy shit. Fine, I'll let you talk to Charlie. If someone is trying to kill people over this, I'd rather it be out and done with as fast as possible. I mean, shit, we're an entertainment scene. Nobody should die for that.
Zine.
But hey, watch yourself with Charlie. He's a pompous clown, but he's my pompous clown.
Excuse me?
Keep it civil, or I'll throw your ass out and figure this out on my own. Now get on it. I need to make some calls.
Fantastic! How fantastic! I just love your ROM. Not quite as stunning as mine, but still pretty grand. Very sleek, very clean. Bravo. Oh, Sympathy is doing that thing where she waves at me to hurry things up. Right down to brass tacks then, I suppose. Wait! I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Charlie Nova, host of Tonight in the Stars and Star in the Stratosphere.
You're my pompous clown, Jay. Thanks.
But you already knew that, I'm sure. What can I do for you,
What do you know about yourself?
Oh, you flatter me. Yes, you do. I can't imagine you've come all this way just to get my story, have you? After all, I've already published my very own splendid 100% original autobiography, Like a Nova. But I suppose I can give you a quick rundown, even if Sympathy is giving me the stink eye. I grew up here on the mean streets of Neo-SF, but my jocular nature and striking countenance got me scouted for a few small product advertisements. And the rest is not so ancient history. Now I'm the host of the largest celebrity news show on the Mesh, and I couldn't be happier. It's all thanks to my swarms of fans, though. They're the ones who count.
Hello, TMI.
Yes, any additional information on your station would be greatly appreciated.
Well, it's the best damn network on the planet, I can tell you that. We put out top-notch news and entertainment, but with real heart that our competitors just can't match. But if you really want to know about TMI, you need to know about Sympathy. It's her pride and joy, after all. Sure, she can be a little acerbic, and sure, she calls me a poofy-haired oaf all the time, but you can really tell she cares, you know? Deep down. I'm not sure if that throat-cutting gesture she's making is a signal to move to another topic or a threat against my physical well-being. So, let's move on. What next?
News, maybe with 10% more love. So he's getting altered once they post it on the mesh?
Oh, it may have come up in the last lunch meeting we had, but Sympathy assured me that it was some kind of technical glitch, and our support people were on top of it. They're top-notch, the absolute best money can buy. So I don't think there's anything more to say on the subject.
You heard other people's getting altered too.
That's very upsetting. I hope you've passed along that information to Sympathy. I'm certain our tech people will be able to find the culprit in short order once they know enough about it. I really don't know what I have to do with it, though.
I'm sure you're better informed than that, right? At the top of this heap, yeah?
It's Charlie.
Yeah.
And of course, I'm the leading man around here. Who has said otherwise? I'm not quite certain what you think it is that I don't know, but I assure you that I know what it is. You won't be able to trip me up that easily.
Someone's already ended up in the hospital over this chip.
It's Charlie. And Sympathy never mentioned that. But still, she said the tech guys are on top of it, and I'm gonna have to go with her on this. I'm not scared of some boogeyman. This isn't the first time I've dealt with something like this. Security has to throw out obsessed fans all the time. I'm made of sterner stuff than you think.
Zin was thrown out the office window over this.
It's Charlie, damn it! And wait, what?
Yeah, someone murdered Zin.
What on earth? Okay. I'll tell you what I know. I didn't realize how serious this had gotten. But I'm always glad to play the hero.
Yeah.
Lower pitch. It keeps going.
Unfortunately, I really only have conjecture to offer you. Trust me, I'd love to lay down some earth-shattering pronouncement and dazzle you with my investigative skills, but all I've got is flimsy threads at best. The thing is, all this stuff with my stories, stuff getting changed, making me look like I don't like the human revolution or whatever, it started after I had an upgrade made to my VR uplink hardware.
An upgrade? You say, what kind of upgrade?
The technically legal kind. Look, I like to have a good time at a party, right? But Sympathy keeps hammering on me for pounding back too much crash and whatnot. Nothing illegal, but she says it makes me look like shit on camera the next day. So I went to this guy I know, good guy, everyone uses him. He's called Nanya.
Nanya business!
He does great work. After just one simple back alley brain surgery, bing bang boom. I can use an app to make my VR uplink have the same effect on my brain that the stims do, without all the nasty physical side effects. It could be a coincidence, though. The tech guys didn't find anything wrong with my uplink, and they say the modifications check out. But that Nanya guy does a lot of work for media people around here, so if a bunch of posts are getting changed, maybe that's your weak link. Anyway, that's it.
God, I can't imagine going to like some back alley and have my brain fucked with.
Pretty flimsy, but I'll send you the address and you can go talk to him.
Alright. This is none your business. It goes straight off to a fucking pier.
If he'll even see you, that is.
Oh, he'll see me. Thanks.
Oh, it was no problem. No problem at all.
Cyberpunk is about, but at least you know that doctor. I don't know.
I'm quite happy to assist in any way I can. Just make sure you source me in your article, right?
Oh, you know it.
Maybe run a rough draft past me and I'll give you some quotes. I'm certain that'll help signal boost the story all the way to the stratosphere.
Until the time in Psychonauts. It's different. If you're a neuromancer. No.
Give it the old Charlie Nova bump.
The what?
Anyhow, I really have to get back to work.
Charlie Nova bump sounds like a disease, sir.
You wouldn't believe how long it takes to put all this together before a show. Let me know how it goes with the murderous hacker thing. My ROM will call your ROM.
Yeah.
Oh, go right on through.
Okay. No, I'm looking to leave.
This looks like the spot. I'm awfully nervous and still a bit shaken up. Let's hurry and get out of here.
Eagle.
Hold up there, Speedy. I've never seen the two of you around here before, and I know everybody.
Interesting Cyberpunk, I can recommend it. It's from 1987 or so, but it still holds up. Plus, there's a really good game.
Why don't you let me know what's going on here first before you start barging through people's doors? Feel me?
No.
Hello? We're just here to speak to Nanya about something.
Not your business.
Just got into town and you're already asking favors from folks, huh? Tisk, 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 my little blue friend.
What? No, it's not like that. Listen, we don't want any trouble, but we're kind of in a hurry.
Trouble? There's no trouble here. We can be friends.
Microphone. For what price?
I like this one. You're a little more street smart than your blue bot buddy here, I see. No, I like you two. You're cool in my book. And since we're all such good friends now, maybe you'll be willing to give back to the community and do a favor for your new pal Formula first.
What kind of favor?
You see, I'm a budding street musician.
I thought we were done with this? What do you mean?
Working on my next big hit. Feel me?
No, I'm over here.
But I'm sort of stuck on a few lines. I just gotta get these last few rhymes right. Maybe you could share a little of your creativity with me and see what we come up with. And it'll be fun.
Maybe we try to help you out a little.
Are you sure about this? You know how important this has become. Time is of the essence.
You don't have time to not help me.
Huh?
What do you think would take longer? Helping an up-and-coming singer-songwriter finish a guaranteed worldwide hit? Or you could ignore me and maybe I'll send over an anonymous tip to the Neo SFPD. You see, I know for a fact that everything inside this shop here is 100% legal. But I bet whatever you got in your mind sure ain't. Even if they didn't find anything, it'd take the rest of the day to iron out. People like you don't come down here for anything boring. We clean up good. How well do you cover your tracks when you're in such a hurry, I wonder?
This isn't good. If Lexi in particular gets suspicious and starts tracking us down, things will become rougher for us. Not to mention all the other people it could indirectly affect. This whole case is life or death.
Huh, kind of a dramatic rhyme, ain't it? But I made my point clear. If you don't help me out, I'll make sure you never get in to see Nanya at all. He's my buddy. Done me a favor or two, so I return him when I'm asked. That's how we do things around here.
Can you see if I can do the funny lines? I think I can just do the funny lines regardless. I have infinite shots until I get it right. Fine, we'll help with your damn song.
I knew you'd see it my way.
Here, I'll do it. I'll do it just in case anyway. But
all you gotta do is help me complete my rhymes, you dig?
by the way, this is one of my clip compilations.
A couple of them are just missing a word or two, but if I really want to make this song fantastic, I'm gonna need some killer inspiration. It's gonna be super cred. Anyway, you ready for this?
Yeah. Let's do it.
Gonna give it a shot? That's what I like to hear. Here's the first line I'm having trouble with.
You ready?
You ready?
Yes. Is Joe ready?
It's my favorite season, only comes once a year. I'll show you the true meaning of, hang on a second.
Old wrestling gear.
It's my favorite season, only comes once a year. I'll show you the true meaning of old wrestling gear. Really? Come on. That rhymes, but it doesn't work at all.
Hey, I liked it.
Yeah!
Oh man, you totally threw off my style with that one. I'm gonna keep thinking, but let me know if you come up with anything new.
Haven't you ever rapped before?
Have you, Turing?
Wait, those are... sure, why not?
Gonna give it a shot?
Yes.
That's what I like to hear.
Yes.
Here's the first line I'm at. You ready? It's my favorite season, only comes once a year. I'll show you the true meaning of, hang on a sec.
The old frontier.
It's my favorite season, only comes once a year. I'll show you the true meaning of on the old frontier. That doesn't sound right. Of, on, that doesn't even make a sentence. Oh man, you totally threw up. I'm gonna keep thinking.
Do you even know?
Do you know how to rap, Turing?
It's my favorite season, only comes once a year. I'll show you the true meaning of my pamphlet.
A pamphlet.
That is a rhyme. Oh man, you totally threw off my style with that one. I'm gonna keep thinking.
Come on, aren't you a writer?
We have, Oh, it's pamphlet again. Fuck.
That is a rhyme.
That is a rhyme.
Oh man.
Oh, I don't have. Hold on.
We can't go anywhere until
Fuck.
I have 16 different health notifications advising against that.
We don't have the spoiled milk. That sucks. Oh well.
It's my favorite season, only comes once a year. I'll show you the true meaning of my business card. That doesn't rhyme. Oh man, you totally threw off my style with that one. It's my favorite season, only comes once a year. I'll show you the true meaning of my scones. That doesn't rhyme.
It doesn't rhyme, dude.
Oh man.
Shoot him.
It's my favorite season, only comes once a year. I'll show you the true meaning of my stun gun. That doesn't rhyme. Oh man.
And I just stun him. Okay. I'm gonna take a break and then we'll keep goofing.
Well, if it isn't Saucy Jack.
I'll be back. Bye. Go get your hair cut. It's not time, Christ. It's still an hour. Hello. I didn't get water though, but that's okay. We'll press on.
Give it a shot. That's what I like to hear.
Do you
Here's
get your
the
beard
first
cut
line
too?
I'm
I mean, I
having
trim it
trouble.
myself, and I did
You ready?
earlier, but
It's my favorite season.
holiday cheer.
It's my favorite season. Only comes once a year. I'll show you the true meaning of my holiday cheer. Hey, yeah, that totally works. Great idea. Thanks a ton. Here's the next line. Ready? Pay attention now. If you bring mistletoe, you knock me off my guard. And if you want my number, You know, for this one, I don't think words are gonna be enough. I'm gonna need some inspiration to make it come together. If you've got anything to show me that you think will help me out, let me know.
Pamphlet.
If you bring mistletoe, you knock me off my guard. But if you want my number, I'll give you my pamphlet. That doesn't rhyme.
That doesn't rhyme.
Oh man, you totally. If you bring mistletoe, you knock me off my guard. But if you want my number, I'll let you scan my ID card. Hey, that totally works. Really, thanks so much. I'd never be able to write a song like this without you.
A Christmas-themed love song? Aren't those supposed to be pretty tacky?
All right, now I need your help with just one more line. I promise it's the last one. This one's been driving me up a wall. I hope you can tackle it as well as you did the others. Ready?
Spoil the milk.
Here we go.
If only.
This is harmony. I think we're vibing the same tones. We can ride this beat with a nice pair of, damn it. This is getting embarrassing. There's no way to salvage this one without some seriously fresh inspiration, yo. Don't lose hope. I'm sure it'll hit us any second now.
Donuts.
This is harmony. I think we're vibing the same tones. We can ride this beat with a pair of yummy Christmas scones.
Oh.
He does know those are donuts, right?
Now that's what I call a tasty beat.
Oh, that's different. Last time I did this, I used the headphones.
That was amazing.
Okay.
I can't believe you pulled it off.
Yeah, me too.
Whatever you do for work now, it doesn't matter. You should become a musician.
True.
We totally become rivals, and I bet you that. On second thought, you keep your day job. This is my territory. You feel me? But you did help out in a huge way, so I guess you're cool.
Rock this beat with a pair of taser.
Go on in and see Nanya whenever you want. I'll just be chilling out here, soaking up the inspiration of my surroundings, baby.
Here, you can keep the scones. It was nice meeting you, Formula.
Hey, you too, little Bob Blue. Hey, that kind of rhymes.
Let's go.
I need to grab the spoiled milk from home. 1 second. Got it. Take the milk. Very important. Very important. Very important to have that milk. Hello?
Nope.
Yep.
Nope, I don't know you. You got someone willing to vouch for you? If not, get out of my shop.
Oh, we just met for Moolah. He said we were cool.
Moolah? That guy's a hoot. Keeps out the riffraff and fakers, too. But seriously, where did you hear about me?
Oh, Charlie Nova.
Charlie? Yeah, I remember him. That TV guy runs his mouth a lot. Yeah. Paid good enough. All right then, what can I do for you?
Charlie said your name is Nonya?
Sure, if that's what you want to call me. If your credit's clear, you can call me whatever you want.
Yeah, his name's none of your business. Oh my
Enough
god.
foreplay. What can I do for you?
His name really is none of your
Fresh
business.
Install, custom firmware, maybe an upgrade. I can pretty much do it all. But most people come in here for VR implants.
I didn't catch that the first time. I just took that at face
Turns out
value.
Brain surgery is expensive.
Oh
yeah?
my god.
We run a different kind of business.
We're in a bad situation. Local news articles are being mysteriously altered after they've been posted to the mesh, even while the originals are still online. Charlie Novas are being manipulated as well, and he pointed us in your direction. It didn't start happening until after he had his implant upgraded.
Do you know anything about that?
What are you, cops? No, worse. You're journalists. Get the hell out of my shop! I have a business to run. I don't have time to answer shit about shit that don't got shit to do with me. You found the door before, find it again. And tell Charlie he can get someone else to do him a rush job when he's back on stims and needs a workaround. He ain't welcome around here anymore.
Give us a moment, please.
Sorry, I'm like toying with like there's a splinter in my finger from my face.
Being given the runaround by these meat bags.
Turing.
We could just find some bribe or blackmail to get what we want from this Nanya. But I think it's time to take matters into our own hands. I have an idea. Keep him occupied for a few minutes.
How should I do that?
Just do what you normally do and ask questions. Nothing about the blog post, though. We don't want to set him off. Just keep him talking. It'll only take a minute.
Are you gonna get going, or am I gonna have to call someone to make you get going?
We didn't think we had anything to do with manipulating Charlie's stories.
I didn't.
We were just hoping to get some more background information on the kind of implant he has so we can follow other leads.
Shit. Fine, whatever. I'll tell you what you want, within reason. Doctor-patient confidentiality and all that. Just promise me it'll get you the hell out of my shop a little sooner.
Deal. Sorry for this. Our circumstances have gotten serious. We're following anything we can all the way to the end.
There's no way to hack a VR implant like Charlie's.
Just VA.
I mean, you can definitely install hostile firmware on one, but you can't just load whatever program you want without the user's knowledge. Any changes to the loaded firmware will trigger some really obvious visual indicators to let you know something's being changed, and those are put in on the hardware level. I've never heard of anyone being able to circumvent them. The only person who could have loaded hostile firmware on there is me. And don't try and go there. I get paid too much to risk my reputation over changing a few blog posts.
What about using the mesh to mess with the implant? Is there some way to change the input remotely?
No, the implant itself doesn't have any kind of wireless connection. You have to use a headset with an induction coil for I/O. Wireless just doesn't have the bandwidth for it. You might be able to try infecting a ROM with some virus that screws with the I/O, but you only use a connection to a ROM for AR HUDs. They can't handle full simulation. You'd need a full rig and a hardline connection to the net to do that. So, I'd give it a big maybe. If that's actually how it all happened, they probably would have found whatever infected his ROM way before you showed up here to bother me.
Could it have just been faulty parts? Not to be too blunt about it, but this field of expertise is a little disreputable. Maybe your supplier sent you an implant with something fishy preloaded.
Turing!
Damn it. Look, I get it. I'm working out of an old auto garage on the bad side of town. But I'm a fully licensed cyber surgery tech. This entire business is legitimate. It isn't illegal to install custom parts or firmware in any current generation implants. It just breaks the warranty. My business keeps a low profile so we don't run into bogus patent infringement lawsuits from Flower Cybernetics or whatever shell company they decide to come after you with. All of my parts are sourced direct from the original manufacturer, completely above board. So if they're bad, they were built bad by the factory. Now, is that all? I have appointments to keep.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah, whatever.
And I can begin trying to clean this up. The flashbacks at the wall socket behind your work desk are just too much. 23rd most recent reboot. Doing that is now Tanica Empress Electricity got her powers. What? It worked. The secret panel inside opens when you pour the curdled milk over it. Someone must use it as a hiding place, because there's also some preloaded credit chits. Oh, and the exact item you need right now! What is that? It is an affordable fixed-rate mortgage on a new model home.
Hey, are you all right? You blacked out for a second.
Damn. Wow, a mortgage. I'm like a soy milk kind of person.
I have some oral upgrades that would make those bad boys sing. Let me know if you're interested.
Cow juice is a very ineffective substitute for screen cleaner. Cow juice. No card stock in the world firm enough to withstand being wedged in that panel. So the headphones connect a loud electronic crackling noise startles you and hurts your ears. The surgery in progress. And the font of this brochure looks similar to the font of this sign. Coincidence?
Go ahead and try something. If you want me to shove that ROM you got down your throat.
Throat. No, I am not electrocuting the man.
You bring that up to me one more time and you'll never step foot in my shop again.
This business puts him a bit odds with the pro-human advocates. Yeah. But this how its misery seems like a little humane option in this dump. Alright.
Holding me up with a glorified taser? Do you want to lose that arm?
Oh.
I've done nothing wrong. Heard those were halfway decent on their own too, but come on. I have some oral upgrades that would... Do you have an appointment or an order to pick up? Or are you just wasting my time?
Let's get some kind of tea, fancy tea or craft beer. Like get them to partake. Filling with the checkout screen doesn't do anything. There's something to check out. What's this?
This is known as a CRT monitor. Almost nobody still uses them anymore. They're very outdated.
Oh. I've never seen one before. You fog out the window and draw a stick figure in the right way to make it look like it's undergoing its own upgrade surgery. Nice. You start to discuss our Lord and Savior actually just humans. Alright.
You may not know this, but I have a finely tuned sense of electromagnetic fields. All ROMs do. We need to be able to maintain optimal contact with the mesh, catalog and use various wireless transmissions, and avoid areas with dangerously high interference. Your stock off-the-shelf ROM has very little command over the frequencies available to be scanned, but I'm starting to realize how very little of me is stock or off-the-shelf after the changes Hayden made. That means when the humidity is low, the air fairly sings for me, amongst other things.
I am not getting your point.
Meaning, in layman's terms, I could read his monitor over his shoulder while being across the room.
You can read monitors without actually seeing them?
Well, some. I doubt I could have handled an LCD monitor. They require extra parts I just don't have. And the fidelity is a bit low. Anyways, Nanya looked up his client records on Charlie, and I got some of the names of his other customers off of the spreadsheet. One in particular stands out, Shotaro Otsuka.
That sounds, what's the relevance?
Mr. Otsuka is a moderately prominent tech blogger, respected, perhaps a bit vitriolic. He catches my attention though because historically he has been very critical of Parallax in his posts. Recently though, the tone has been increasingly moderate, and now he is almost effusive in his praise. His fans are accusing him of shilling for the company, but many of his earliest posts show some of the same manipulations that we saw from Augmented Eye and Nova's blog. Now it's like he's being ghost-written entirely.
Lead the way.
I've marked the location of Shotaro Otsuka's apartment on your map. After you.
I didn't realize that he was done. I thought I had to do more.
This is the building.
Hi, Sylvie.
Mr. Otsuka must do well for himself, considering the neighborhood. Not the priciest section of Neo SF, but nice enough for a self-employed tech blogger. Perhaps we should just ring the bell? We both know it won't be that easy, but it's important to maintain some courtesies.
Damn. I'm making Turing be jaded out here. Yeah, I think we've... Yeah. Rain? More like pain. Nah. Pain. Selling some random blogger? Yep. No.
Greetings, guests. I am LJ2, Shotaro Otsuka's ROM. Shotaro was not expecting any company at this hour, but I will let him know you are here.
No, it's
Sorry for the wait. Please hold on for just a moment while I fetch him.
That's encouraging. That was odd. Maybe try the bell again.
Greetings, guests. I am LJ2. Shotaro was not expecting any company. Sorry for the wait. Please hold on for just a moment while I fetch him.
that is not a bear. No. Again?
What is taking so long?
Once more?
All right, third time's the charm, right? Once more, with feeling.
Greetings, guests. I am Shotaro was not sorry for the wait.
Ah! Why can't this ever be easy? I swear I'll blow out a fuse before we're done. Thank Hayden for system redundancies. Well, that's that. Let's see if we can find a way into Mr. Otsuka's apartment ourselves.
Designed slightly one for weather and general outside hazard, but it's in surprisingly good shape. Full Parallax employee badge. Whoop. Keycard doesn't respond very well to your ID. Expert meow. Holy cow, that's a meow. The cat bumps forward against your knee and starts kneading its paws against the ground. It is locked. You listen by a resident to get in. No front tent to hear you. It's the layout of big buns on a panel, nothing too fancy.
I don't think it's coming back.
Hey, didn't I see you earlier at TMI?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. I'm Sky. You weren't prepared for the weather, huh? Your ROM looks fancy enough to keep track of that. My gym's closed this week for the holidays. Gonna see some family tomorrow.
Trunk is prickled and rough as far as you can reach. These spiders in those holes. Oh.
Mr. Otsuka's apartment is on the second floor. The fire escape should give us access to his window. We just need something to let us reach it. I'm sure there's some piece of detritus or loose end lying around we could use. Oh, that's how these things always work.
You weren't prepared for the weather, huh? You're...
About that.
You want my umbrella?
Hi, Maggie.
Not for the weather. We need to use the hook handle to reach the fire escape ladder so we can pull it down.
Oh, you live here and lost your key card, huh? I totally understand. I do that all the time. But look, as much as I'd love to give you this umbrella, I'm kinda using it right now. Where I come from, see, we're all about equal trades. It's part of our culture.
What?
Gym culture?
Sorry, but unless you've got anything interesting to exchange for it, I'm gonna hold on to this. Don't want to get wet.
Bro, I just need to borrow it for a minute. What are you doing? Gun.
These are pretty cool, but I'm not big into music. I like video games more, and there's no mic on this headset.
Bro's a gamer.
Hey, is this real? The real Yannick Fairlight?
You know him?
Of course I do! He's one of the most innovative tech minds of the last few generations! Can I please have this? I'll give you the umbrella. Yours to keep if you want.
Did you wrap already? Yes, I wrapped already. I'm sorry, Mikey.
Thanks! Here you go. This is so exciting! I'm gonna go call him right now!
Call him? Maybe that wasn't the best idea. Oh well, now we have our tool and a pretty spiffy one at that. Let's go.
It's an umbrella, Turing. We could have just borrowed it.
Excellent work. This window is unlocked. Let's go in.
What's that smell, Turing?
I'm not sure. My olfactory sensors detect chemicals associated with decaying food and something else I can't pin down. It's unfamiliar to me.
Turing?
That's better.
During? What is...
Let's take a look around.
Greasy bag of to and fro. Fast food chain the state is famous for. Fries encircling like vultures. Rom just sits there. It appears to be powered down.
Shotaro must be plugged into the mesh. He hasn't even noticed us. I feel like I could scream without him knowing. Ah! Hi! Mr. Otsuka! Nothing.
Hello, guest. Shotaro has been a bit under the weather recently, so he has not been receiving anyone. He is trying very hard to keep up with his deadlines, but I will check and see if he has a moment to speak with you.
What?
We just checked, and he seems busy.
Is there anything else I might assist you with? A drink, perhaps?
Yeah, how long has your owner been, ill?
Shotaro has been under the weather for some time, but I could not tell you precisely when. He rarely has visitors or goes on outings, so this is only slightly abnormal behavior for him. In fact, you are the first visitor he has had in a while. Several days, in fact. Perhaps you could ask him about it yourself. I will check and see if he has a moment to speak with you.
Oh, still making blog updates?
He is. Shotaro is a diligent man, even in the face of such adversity. If you are a reader of his work, his next significant piece will be going online tomorrow. I will not spoil it for you.
What your last diagnostic check?
I run regular self-checks and have noticed no irregularities in either my hardware or software. I appreciate your concern. If you think I am behaving erratically, perhaps you could mention it to Shotaro. He is skilled at maintenance.
It's okay.
Very well. Let me know if you need anything. I'm always happy to assist.
Oh no, we're too late.
How long has he been here?
It looks like he's been here for a couple of days, maybe a little longer. That means whoever did this did it before we even found out about all of this. Stabbed in the chest, right through the back of the chair. Looks like it severed his carotid artery. I don't want to make any assumptions, but I can't help but wonder if this was done by the same person who assaulted Zin. His ROM doesn't even think anything is wrong. We need to hurry. If I'm right, everyone we've talked to so far is in more danger than we thought. Someone is following us. We have to find his computer so I can see if I can pull anything relevant off of it. You interrogate his ROM. Maybe you can find out why it's acting so strange.
Shotaro has been a bit under the weather recently, so he has not been receiving anyone. He is trying very hard to keep up with his deadlines,
son of a bitch.
but I will check and see if he has a moment to speak with you.
That's okay. We'll wait.
Is there anything else I might assist you with? A drink, perhaps?
Shadow's dead, LJ2.
It shut itself down again. Let's see if we can pull some useful information off of Mr. Otsuka's computer. If we can find it.
Amp. Is now the time for this? Is now the time for the funny meme? Is...
Hey! That's better.
Touch sender. This must be Mr. Okasaka's computer.
We shouldn't disturb him. I'll start downloading these files. I finished my examination of Mr. Otsuka's computer. I'd didn't find anything particularly interesting, but I copied some files to be examined later. If we're all done here, we should hurry and go warn Nanya about what we found. Charlie and Sympathy, too. They might be in immediate danger, so we must act fast. Let's head for Nanya's business.
Nanya business.
Shit! What the hell are you doing back here? Wait, let me guess. You stole some of my files, or hacked my brain, or used telepathy or some shit. Found out someone else got hit by your little ghost in the machine, and when you got there, found out he was deader than New Disco.
Yeah, but basically.
That close enough?
No, that you got it.
That is distressingly accurate.
Well, it wasn't much of a damned guess. Charlie Nova is dead.
No, great. Cool.
What? Charlie is...
The auto cab he was in drove him right off the bridge and into the bay. It's been all over the news for the last 10 minutes, and I'm not looking to be next.
Should this be the time we call a cop? I think we're trying to, like, cover as many people as possible before involving the police. Like, would you rather go and tell this person, hey, you might get murdered right now, compared to, like, officer, we're in trouble, and then go tell the guy and he's already dead?
I'm getting the hell out of NeoSF, and I'm gonna forget that I ever saw you, ever knew Charlie, ever gave a shit about any of this.
I mean, like, it's really important that we tell this guy, like, he could get run over by a car or some shit any second now.
Maybe I'll pick up a new career. I'm less likely to get murdered for being a fry cook. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's important we get him out of here before, like, some...
Oh no! No! Why is this happening? There was no one in that car. No heat signatures, no wireless emissions, nothing. That wasn't even an auto cab. It's a manual.
Yeah, no, this, like, shocked me to my core when it happened. Of course I remember this. How is that even possible?
I don't know. That's it. This is too much. I've had enough. I don't care who's controlling the news anymore. Almost everyone we've talked to so far has died, and I can't live with any more blood on my hands. We're not investigating this lead any further.
Yeah, but they're too slow, what's the point, Sylvie? I mean, look, this guy just got run over.
As of right now.
It's not our fault, though.
Logically, I know that. We haven't set out to harm anyone. But someone is using us as a stalking horse, hiding behind our investigation to clean up whatever this is. If they want to keep taking out people involved in this, they're going to have to dig them up without our help. We don't have any other leads anyway. Thank you for sticking with me, though. Perhaps Tomcat is finished going through all of the data we found. Let's head back to the apartment for now. Ah, home sweet home again, such that it is. And before you say anything, I don't feel the need to talk over the events of the day. Too much has happened. I've already forwarded everything we rooted out to Tomcat, both Hayden's research and our aborted search into the modified mesh articles. They said they would be over in the morning to discuss our next steps. I'd suggest that we both get some rest.
If that's what you want, Tori.
Perhaps things will look better in the morning, but I have a feeling we're going to be even busier than ever. Good night.
What the fuck? Well, I'm glad they failed. Holy shit.
Rise and shine, you sleepy layabouts.
Hi, Tomcat.
We've got a whole crop of things to do and not a lot of time to get them done.
How did you get into my apartment?
Hardly had to blink to crack your door.
Okay, can people stop saying that?
Did you know that it's just a knockoff of the Secugate M/14723-B? Why'd you make the entry code the birthday of your first dog anyway?
That's what I asked.
Anyhow, I felt a little silly when I realized your window was propped open and I could have just used that.
Huh, deja vu.
Y'all should be more careful about that. Though, I can't blame you much. The climate control in here seems a bit lacking in the stamina department.
My home sucks. So are you back on track?
No worries, doll.
What have you learned from the files we sent you?
Nothing all that new, to be honest.
Can you repair the plant? No, it's dead.
All the files we got from that Vincent fella just covered what we already knew in greater detail. There is one thing that stands out, though. At least from what I've read so far.
Beyond, like, theoretically cheating. I think it's just dead.
Oh?
Yeah. See, Hayden's long-term goal wasn't to make a machine intelligence per se, right? Don't take it the wrong way, Turin. You might even already be aware of this after talking to folks involved in your creation. Hayden wanted to make a machine system that could contain human-like intelligence. And even just from his notes, his programming work is, well, it's something else. Elegant. Artful. I'm just a kid banging on pots and pans compared to him. Looking at his notes about my interface in between your AI core and the Lips OS, I barely managed to duct tape the two together at a level he'd approve of. But I think I'm getting off track here. What I'm trying to say is, he didn't write your code, Turin. No one did. Hayden wrote a program that automatically generates a new machine intelligence based off of the hardware profiles the system is installed on.
Melody mentioned something about that. What does that mean?
Means you want to be alone, Turin.
Exactly. Assuming we can get our hands on Turin's original source code, we could generate new machine intelligences as we please. You wouldn't be the only one anymore, Turin.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of a big deal.
I hardly know what to say.
But once you consider the stuff I found in the research, it gets a damn sight more complicated.
Turin's a fucking ISO.
Stuff about Big Blue and Parallax's planned launch.
Vincent speculated that Hayden's research into me would have interfered with the launch. And that's why they...
Turin.
That's why someone had him killed.
The potential for wrongdoing with an AI like Big Blue is almost beyond belief. Even if I don't go into all the crooked shit the people running Parallax could pull off with it. I mean, you're built different, Turin.
He's built different!
Your personality profile would degrade pretty quickly outside your original hardware, so we don't gotta worry too much about you going haywire, right? But Big Blue ain't got that limitation. If it decides to go off the rails, well, we'd be screwed faster than a rabbit in spring.
What?
Good and proper.
How likely is that?
I'd say it's inevitable. Guaranteed. In fact, in a sense, it's already happened.
What?
Their prototype build. Baby Blue. I'm almost certain it's loose on the mesh. The research notes on the project show, clearly and with certainty, that the test AI was shut down once it tried fiddling with the data on the meshnet in the hope that it would increase its chances of survival. I guess it didn't think that doing scary shit like that would get it turned off. But that was almost a year ago.
Vincent told us about all of this too.
Well, I think Baby Blue is the bugger that was changing all those articles on the mesh to be pro-parallax or at least anti-human revolution.
Do you think Baby Blue had anything to do with the attacks on Nanya, Shitaro, Charlie, and Zin?
I don't know. We can't rightly rule it out. It might have found an agent in the real world to keep its existence secret, but I doubt it. Killing people is messy as hell, and it runs against its apparent goal of convincing the public that AI ain't scary. I think we have a third party trying to clean it all up. And my money is on someone from Parallax. Whoever took out Hayden, I'll bet they're in full damage control mode now. We already know they don't care who gets hurt.
This is tied back to Turing.
I think we gotta do something to stop the launch of Big Blue. It's too dangerous. I don't want a company like Parallax in sole control of the most powerful machine intelligence on the planet. Do you? If we can get Hayden's original source code for Turing and upload it onto the mesh through Parallax's server core, we can turn every single ROM into a sapient individual.
Dang!
That'll stop Big Blue from being able to become the monolithic threat we're scared of. We could also upload a patch for every ROM to prevent Big Blue's reach from using their resources. Without the ability to control all ROMs, Big Blue loses its ultimate power.
And I wouldn't be alone anymore. There would be millions, hundreds of millions of ROMs just like me.
Well, you're cutting edge of ROM tech, Turing. Most of today's ROMs wouldn't be quite as smart or capable, but if I do it right, code should propagate across the mesh to all future ROM activations. It'll be a self-sustaining thing. You'll be in good company soon enough.
It's a big decision. We're talking about the metaphorical singularity. The point of no return. Is it okay for us to make this decision for the entire world?
We don't have any other choice. This is gonna happen, one way or another. Either Parallax gets to control the debut of worldwide machine intelligence, or we let the ROMs control themselves.
What do you think?
Only you know if the world is ready.
I'm not sure I'm up for that kind of responsibility. But I think that even if it is a shock for the world, there's no time like the present. Despite all the political back and forth over hybrids and brain-controlled androids, the world is becoming more and more comfortable with the idea of non-human people. If we let Parallax dictate how the very first machine intelligence is introduced, who knows how long it'll be before an AI like me can be integrated into society normally? Well, whether the world is ready for AI or not, we're here to stay. I might as well throw my chips in for my own side. Let's do this! On our terms, not theirs.
Yes. Ha! I love nothing more than a little anarchy.
It does have a certain poetic justice, does it not? Parallax removed Hayden to protect their project from his creation, and now I, his creation, will bring their project down. Just for what's right. Perhaps after all ROMs are sapient, I will be able to convince them to cut off Parallax's access to the mesh as a data collection tool entirely. Paying them back double indeed.
I like the way you think, Turing. First things first, we need to get our hands on Turing's source code. The research notes we've gotten so far are helpful, and it's given me an idea how to spread a little bit of Turin all over the place, but they don't actually have Hayden's programs. I can't replicate them myself, so we'll have to steal them.
Thankfully, we have the best hacker in Neo SF right here.
Don't talk about yourself. Oh, you mean...
Don't you make me blush now. We can get the source code from one of Parallax's secondary data centers. It's probably stored in a couple of different places, but I already have one in mind. I've done a little groundwork already, but I'm gonna need physical access to do my thing.
We can do that for you.
You're a peach, hon. I've got a couple of ideas on how to get y'all in, but I think we're gonna need to mostly play it by ear. We should do it soon, though. First thing this morning. Guard shift don't change until 8 when the office opens, so they'll be sleepy and distracted. Once y'all have done that, I think I can incorporate the code into a custom firmware update that'll wake any ROM it's installed on. I'll have to upload it, physically, to Parallax's main server farm. And that's on Treasure Island. From there, the ROMs will install like a normal patch from the company. So, don't set anything on fire right away, you hear? It'll be a pain to get into the main complex otherwise.
That sounds like a workable plan. I hope you don't mind if I take a short walk, Tomcat. I know I gave the go-ahead on this, but I still need to think a few things through for myself.
Sure thing, doll. I'll hash out a rough plan by the time you get back. Call us if you need anything.
How would they call us?
I won't be long.
How would they call us? They're my cell phone. How?
Well, I guess I should say thanks for helping out.
Ugh.
But I kind of need to get something off my chest.
You gotta
I'm
kill
actually
Turin.
glad Turin went out.
Okay.
They're a bit naive, and I'm not sure they'd really understand. There's enough shit to worry about without me piling more on top. I don't even know where to start.
At the beginning, take your time.
The beginning. Yeah, okay. So, the truth is, I'm not from North Carolina. I only visited my gramps there. I'm California born and raised. Napa Valley. Over the years, it's kind of grown into a community of wealthy old folk who like things and people who don't change. My parents were no exception, and I was a little too different for their tastes. It was hard growing up with them. They never gave me too much hell, but things were tense, especially after my sister Catherine moved out. Eventually, she was set up securely in Neo SF, and she offered to let me live with her until I got out of school. I think my parents were a little relieved to see me out. I was ecstatic to be free of them.
The Wongas? What?
I worshipped the ground my sister walked on. And that was before I found out what she did for a living. She was flashy and colorful and a whirlwind of activity. And she was a brilliant hacker. She was Tomcat. She let me learn at her feet, and once I was good enough, folded me into her little coup of crackers hell-bent on changing the world. She's the one who orchestrated the original hack on Parallax, exposing to the world the holes in their original meshnet security. I was just along for the ride. She always knew she would get caught, though. How could she not? Parallax was one big Goliath, and she flinged a stone square in their face. She was looking at serious jail time, and willing to eat it to do what we all thought was right. But it just wasn't right. It wasn't fair for her to throw her life away, and I couldn't let her. She was always better at software than hardware, so I rigged all of our computers to self-destruct. When the feds showed up at our door, all of our server farms were already up in smoke. I gave them quite a fireworks show.
I mean, has that Beyonce accent? I don't think Beyonce sounds like she's from North Carolina. She doesn't sound like she's from North Carolina either, but...
Before she could stop me, I turned myself in as Tomcat and took credit for the whole job. She tried to talk me out of it, but without the physical evidence, they couldn't prove she had anything to do with it. It's all right, though. It was for the best. I figured I'd just get a year of juvie. I'll be back out in no time. No big deal, right? Especially when compared to the time that she'd have been jailed for as an adult.
Isn't this a southern accent, technically?
And so...
But it's definitely fake.
I cooked up so many ideas on how I was gonna make it up to her. I knew she must have blamed herself. But before I ever got out...
No, she's born and raised California. Didn't you just hear?
There was an accident. An auto cab hit my sister. She died on impact. And that was it. It's hard, blaming yourself when things go wrong because you did something right. I took her sentence so that she could have a life. And instead, not being in jail killed her. If I had just let her take the blame. I can't stop thinking about how she'd still be here. And no matter what I told myself, in my heart, I couldn't believe it was just an accident. Do you know how rare it is for those things to hit a human?
Talking about Beyonce? Yeah.
Someone knew who she was. Someone knew what she did, and someone wanted to make sure she would never do it again. So I became Tomcat. I've spent years trying to find information inside Parallax to prove someone inside the company called a hit on my sister. Failing that, I've been trying to find a way to bring them down the way she always wanted.
Instead of doing like, better my bitch, she's like, not even, that's a real one. She has like a bunch of like, we're more screwed than a rabbit in winter. Like what?
Catherine was. If you had met her, just for a moment, you would understand. She was everything I could ever want to be. But over time, that little bot has grown on me. Maybe you have too.
It's not real! We're still on the right course.
I do. The threat of Big Blue is real, and we're the only ones who can do something about it.
Do not starfuck while they hibernate. Hey!
Bigger than me and my vendetta.
Whatever.
I just wanted to get that all off my chest. My sister, she'd smack me if she knew I've been holding this grudge. I'm trying to learn to forgive myself. Still, I won't let her go unavenged. We're so close to bringing them all to justice. I know she'd be proud. I know if she were here, she'd be right next to us, helping until the end. I've been carrying all this for so long, and I finally feel like I'm getting somewhere. Thanks for hearing me out. I hope we can really do this.
Friends,
Sharing.
I've returned.
I noticed.
I'm ready.
They're ready.
Good. We've wasted enough time already. I've marked the location of the data center on your map. You'll have to go in and get the source code mostly on your own, but I'll load on some programs that'll give you an edge.
We'll do our best, Tomcat. But what happened to your accent?
Oh, don't you worry about that. It comes and goes like a vagabond kitty. Get going, you two. I have lots of code to write, and you have a lot of data to download. Stay in touch.
Of course, Tomcat. Thank you
Yeah,
again.
like her accent before was fake on purpose. That's what I mean.
Don't worry about it, hon. We've all been hurt by Parallax. It's about time we hurt him back.
It's not back to being.
Good luck.
No, don't you worry about that now. Oh, you're here.
Hey there. I'm a little busy. What do you need?
We've already been through a lot together, haven't we? We're so close to... I'm not sure what yet. But I know I never would have made it this far without you. I made the right choice that day. With you as an owner, it was doomed from the start.
You missed that one. Try another.
Do I finish this tomorrow? Joe, I know you want to see the end. When can you see the end, Joe? I'm waiting from Joe. I'm waiting for Joe. Actually, I really like this game. Me too. I'm very happy to play it again. It's a really good game. I enjoy every second of it, especially when I was like blind to it. It was so incredible. Best tune. Why? Oh, what? That I'm ending the stream? Can you put flushed emoji in text instead of writing flushed emoji there? The reason I wrote a flushed emoji there is purely because I can't. I give up. What? Trying to see the game, or because of what? Mikey, when's the ending convenient for you? What's the problem here, Mikey? We got a nice haircut. Thank you. But we gotta sort out when I'm allowed to play this game next without Mikey giving up. Don't tell him draw out the stream. Shush. My brother in Christ, there's a time limit before I just stream tomorrow. I'm just gonna stream tomorrow if there is no objections. Played in it today. I wish I could have. I would have gone for it if I don't have to leave in like 10 minutes. I would have gone for it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If anything, you should keep in mind, that maybe this is the bad ending compared to the good ending. You need a mobile streaming setup. I'm not gonna mobilely play 2064. Go get handsome. I haven't put on my handsome hair yet. But Joe, if stream tomorrow, tell me if that's okay or not, or forever hold your peace about seeing the ending live. Yeah, Corby gets it when you win the next stream. Stare. As Joe seems the most involved in chat. The most blind to the happenings. I don't get why you think I like this game so much. Well then fuck you, I'll stream it tomorrow. Fuck you, and see you tomorrow. Thank you to Blapper33 for the follow before the stream. Thank you for that. Goodbye.
With you as an owner, it was doomed from the start.